Welcome, and thanks for joining us for Tech Skills Day. I'm Drew Fearmont, Chief Cloud Strategist, and I'm excited to be your host today. We're thrilled to kick off this event, which is dedicated to helping you build and grow your tech career. Look, as technology continues to evolve, so does the way we work and learn. This brings up new challenges in the job market, like how will AI impact my job? How do I keep pace with all the technology changes? And how do I even get started with a career in tech? These are all challenges we'll learn how to tackle and overcome during Tech Skills Day. So this year, we've broken out our session into 4 distinct tracks around important topics like 1, how to break into tech, 2, artificial intelligence, 3, cloud computing, and 4, in-demand tech skills. So this format allows you to focus on topics that matter most to you and your specific career goals. So before we kick things off, we want to extend our heartfelt thanks to all of you for joining us today. It's really your passion, your curiosity, and enthusiasm for tech that makes Tech Skills Day such a special event. So without further ado, let's get started with Tech Skills Day 2024 and dive into our first session. Keep being awesome, gurus.
Welcome and thanks for joining us. We'll be sharing our tip on how to tailor your resume for tech roles and showcase the skills and experience hiring managers are looking for. My name is Jason and I'm a senior technical and product recruiter here at Pluralsight. I'm joined by Dominique and Sharon. Dominique, you can introduce yourself.
Absolutely. Hi, everyone. My name is Dominique West. I'm based out of the New York City area and I lead the governance, risk, and compliance team at Datadog. I have over a decade of experience in the information technology and security domain, currently specializing in digital cloud transformation and cybersecurity strategy. Beyond my career, I'm a partner, a daughter, a best friend to some wonderful people, and I enjoy balancing my career through things like traveling, reading, swimming, and currently building some Legos.
Alrighty, Sharon.
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Sharon Prince, and I work as a principal cloud architect for a project with the United States Government Agency. I also own my own consulting firm, and I'm the president of an international nonprofit.
So let's start out with some insights into the market. As many of you may be experiencing, the current tech market is saturated. There are more candidates than open roles. In the past, I was lucky as a tech recruiter to see 30 to 60 applicants in a week, where in the current landscape, I'm seeing hundreds of applicants in the first couple of days after posting a new position. As a candidate, you need to be more intentional with your search and with how you build out your resume. In the current market, candidates typically need at least 80% of the skills listed on the job description to be considered for the role. And you will see the most success if you are applying for those roles early. I myself am looking for keywords and experience that shows your background aligns to the tech stack, experience type, and work environment at the organizations I'm recruiting for. You will get a lot of insight into the organization's search based on the job description. With this in mind, understand that companies are using keywords when reviewing resumes. The majority of organizations are using human recruiters, but some organizations use AI-powered resume scanners. In either case, there is a lot of reliance on those keywords. Technical recruiters are not subject matter experts in every role that they work on. They will be relying on your resume to show them how you are a match for the position based on the information listed within the job description. Industry jargon can sometimes be overlooked, so make sure you are building your resume in a way that technical and semi-technical individuals can understand it. And you can do this by creating a general application resume that lists out what you're building, what your role was, why the organization wanted it built, and how you built it. This should include what technologies, languages, libraries, frameworks, and tools were used in the build. Or you can build out a tailored resume to your application and highlight what technologies you have worked on that align with the job description. The more experience you have that's highlighted within that job description, the better odds are you'll have to have an initial phone interview with a recruiter. Dominique and Sharon, do you have anything you want to add here?
The only thing I would add to that is keywords is not only helpful with your resume in terms of job searching, but it's also helpful for those who are looking to get to the next level. Perhaps you're looking to get a more senior role, or perhaps you're looking to switch industries. Those keywords that you find and search are also helpful for you to learn, like, hey, what are employers looking for? And then what skills should I build upon, right? How do I use that to upskill or to maybe go take a course. And so that's the only thing I would add is that's definitely useful not only for searching for jobs, but also for upskilling in the future.
Alrighty. Well, I'm sure we have folks listening who might not have a traditional college degree or tech experience. What resume advice do you have for folks who don't have a traditional background or extensive prior tech experience?
I think the advice I give would be a bit twofold. I'll focus on those who perhaps already have experience in some industry, right? Might not be tech, but you have some experience in which you probably just need some help on translating that experience into applicable to the job description or the industry or the company that you're trying to get into. And so, for those who might not have a traditional background, I always advise, hey, just figure out the language, right? You're talking about project management, or you might be talking about skills that kind of apply across the board that perhaps you just need to tweak a little bit to showcase to your recruiter, like, hey, this is work that aligns directly with this role, but perhaps doesn't look the same. My stakeholders might not be technical engineers. They might have been students, or they might have been my colleagues or different kinds of peers at different levels. And so it's just tailoring that audience and doing perhaps some courses or building a portfolio to showcase, like, here's how I'm taking personal accountability to upskill myself to show how I can align with this role.
I love that. Help me help you, right? The more information you can give me on how your previous roles align with the role that you're applying to, the more helpful I can be as a recruiter to get you to that hiring manager.
Awesome. Sharon, any thoughts there?
Another important thing is certifications, right? They can really get help with getting your resume noticed, right? Three things come to my mind. The first one is proof of knowledge, right? That you know your stuff. It Anytime people see that you have a certification, they automatically treat that with respect and assume you know at least a decent amount about the subject matter. In my experience, it quite literally opens a door of approval that without the certification, you would have to actually find another way to prove yourself, which is often difficult to do when someone is just reviewing your resume and not talking to you face to face yet in an interview, right? So this really helps the employer know or have comfort with, like, okay, I'm getting comfortable with this resume right now, right? That kind of feeling. The second one is proof of hard work. In additional to listing your certifications on your resume as if it was a stamp of approval, it also shows that you're determined enough in your career that you have actually taken it seriously and put in the effort to stand out and grow. It also shows that you're willing to work for something and not just get by. It's good proof, right? Getting certifications also shows motivation, and that speaks volumes to employers, leaders, teams, management, etc. Right? Anyone. Employers want to hire and work with motivated people who are growing. So that really helps, right? You've learned and developed your skill in a way that you can more fully do your work and execute work in your role. We all have been there with work to do and not being confident in how we do something. But gaining certifications gave me confidence I needed to do more than I ever thought I was capable of. The certifications built on top of the knowledge base I had in each subject. Sometimes it was an area I had experience in, and sometimes I just didn't know that stuff. So learning from scratch, there you go, right? Um, by the time I had finished studying and achieved a certification, the understanding I had also gained in the subject was priceless and made the work I do even more enjoyable. And again, when employers see that you know your stuff, they know it. They can tell the way you're talking, the way you present yourself, the way you explain or answer a question more in a technical manner. They know that you know your stuff, right? So those are a couple of things that I think that can really help.
Perfect. And I love the insight into the confidence and making sure that you can speak to the technology and getting that there. Sharon, you had some prior tech experience, but had to upskill in your own time to gain the cloud mastery you have today. Beyond certifications, are there any other areas you did or any other things that you did to showcase your tech experience? Anything that you learned that you wish you knew when you started?
Yeah. So to be honest, certifications is what made my resume stand out, right? I mean, in my resume, if you look at the bulk of the page was resumes, at least half, right? Um, Towards my domain of expertise, towards, so, and that was definitely an eye catcher for my employer at that time, right? Or who is looking at my resume, right? And basically it shows like, hey, this person who's applying for this job knows, uh, has proof that, hey, they know how to do it, right, in terms of certifications. Anyways, apart from that, um, what comes to my mind, um, is actually experience, right? If you're new, um, you know, I would l- I would try to gain experience somehow, either as an intern, taking a lower paying role, whatever it takes to gain real experience in addition to or beyond a classroom, right? Also, another thing is networking and growing your relationships. They can really help you in the long run. So I really say or tell everyone, like, invest in those relationships, right? Whether it is by attending a meetup group or a conference in your domain, right? Get yourself in front of people in that field, right? You never know what can happen. And to be honest, most of the opportunities and the people that I have that are helping me as of today, the references I get, these are all coming from my previous employers and the relationships that I have with them. Um, and you will know as you're starting your career that, hey, this matters a lot and it goes a long way. Um, it might not be as visible at the beginning, but as years goes by, you will see what I'm talking about.
You can train for skill, but you can't train for the person that's going to be excited and ready to be ready for an opportunity. So make sure you're coming into your interviews personable and you're trying to make a good impression. In addition, with the networking piece that you mentioned, references are highly valued at almost every organization I've ever worked at. So if you build the right network and the right relationships with people and you're able to get a reference and you have that good network, it will translate into job opportunities. It will translate into interviews. There's been a number of times where there's been a resume where I was like, this one's close. It's teetering on the edge, but I'm not quite sure. But then it's a reference, or I get a message from a hiring manager saying, hey, I want you to look at this person. And then all of a sudden they're moving through the process. So if you build the right relationships, it will translate into job opportunities there. So shifting into it, resumes are important, but they don't tell the full candidate story. Interviews are also a key part of the hiring process. What are the most important things you both look for in an application for a technical role and during the interview? So I'll start with Dominique.
Absolutely. I'll focus in on the interview. I think we spoke a lot about keywords and perhaps how to tailor your resume, but I'd like to focus or hone in on what someone can maybe showcase or speak about when they're having a conversation with a recruiter or hiring manager or whoever during the interview process. Something I always ask about and look for is proactivity. Asking candidates about a time where perhaps they, were working on something and didn't know the answers and found some solutions or just tried something, right? I do work at a pretty fast-paced company, and so we really value those who just try, right? I think we give a safe space enough for people to make mistakes and understand if something doesn't work out and be able to experiment, so to speak. And so having that kind of mindset to say, cool, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do, but let me try this out, right? Or here's something that I could bring to the table, I think goes a really long way. And so having examples that showcases how you perhaps went above and beyond or tried something out and didn't know, but hey, I think this, might be around the long path. Um, Goes a really long way, I think, during the interview process. And then the second thing I would say is curiosity, similar to what Sharon talked about with passion and how do you showcase that I'm interested in this. Curiosity is also a great way to showcase that, right? It's like, hey, I have questions about this particular field, or I noticed this was a common theme when I'm looking at maybe various what do you call them, job descriptions. And so can you tell me a little bit about how you're doing that at this company? I always encourage people to have questions at the end of an interview, and sometimes those questions you ask is showcasing curiosity into a process or a company or someone's day to day. And so those two qualities really stand out to me excuse me, whenever I'm interviewing for and candidate. And because, like I said, resumes, you'll put your keywords, you put everything that you need to know, but it's really during the interview process as we're having a conversation. How do you feel about this? How are you navigating the space? How are you providing yourself the best foot forward is really what's important.
One thing that comes to my mind during that always stands out to me is the ability for the person to be honest, right? And if they don't, just that mentality to be honest. And then I want to know if you don't know, you're going to figure it out, right? That mentality, right? That is something that I always look for someone in an interview, right?
It's a good call out because we'll know if you perhaps don't know the answer to a question. And so it's okay to say, hey, I don't know. I haven't had that experience, but here's maybe how I would think about it.
Exactly. Perfect. Yes.
Exactly. On my end, I generally catch the front end of the interview process, right? I'm talking to first interviewers going into the process. So I'm getting a lot of questions. So I get a lot of questions about the role, the company, things along those lines. What stands out to me is when somebody's done their research, right? They understand what company they're coming into. They understand what they're applying for, and they're able to speak and put their resume into the context of the position that they're applying for. If you can be concise and say, hey, this is why I'm interested in the role, this is what got me excited about it, and this is why I'm here talking to you today, that's going to get me really excited as a recruiter because I know that you understand our organization, and then I understand that you have a passion, just like Sharon was talking about earlier, for the role and have a reason to actually want to apply. When I connect with you and the answer is, I don't know about your company, I applied to a bunch of roles, this is a random position that I'm getting a call for, you're shutting yourself out. You're locking yourself out of the organization. I try to give a lot of people the benefit of the doubt, and I give them education on the organization, and I ask them and try to tie their skills still to the role. But I know that if they don't come and bring that knowledge or a little bit of that research into that second interview, they're not going to be very successful. So if they're a great candidate still, they have a lot of the qualities. It's not that I will tell them, hey, you're not going to be eligible for the position. I still may move you forward. But in that second interview with that hiring manager, you better come prepared and you better have your research. But that'll give you the knowledge and the ability to speak to some of the pieces that everybody here is talking about. Like, the tech stack, it's in the job description, you've researched it, and now you can speak to those. And then if you don't know something and you get a question on it, now you can speak to, this is what I don't know, but this is what I've done a little bit of research on, to show that you're at least being proactive and being ready to go for that next step. So I think that that's important to be to be prepared for your interview and have some knowledge about the company that you're going into. Any final thoughts?
I think there was one point earlier that I'd like to follow up on that Sharon had mentioned, and that was about networking and community. I cannot overstate how important that is in not only getting into this field, but staying in this field. I think there's some notions of just perhaps the monetary value that jobs in the tech field can provide you, which they absolutely can. And there are great pathways to maybe wealth management. But I would definitely hone in on the community aspect. I've made a ton of friends through this field of just going to meetups or engaging on conversations on LinkedIn. It's provided so many opportunities and overall just helps make this experience a little bit better, right? And that's what you want when you're coming into the working field. So I want to maybe re-emphasize the importance of building a community as you're getting in, because it'll help you not only with your resume and interviews, but really long in your career.
I wanted to add one thing. It's not completely relevant to the question, but it's important. It's to know your why. Why are you doing what you're doing? Why are you working? Why are you going for a job? Why are you applying for this career? Why do you want to do that? And this really helped me to ask the why question before I started my journey on my certification journey. To know your why, because to identify your why is more important, so that you can it's not you can get inspired for a day, maybe a week, maybe a month, but what are you going to do on rainy days, right? So it is your why that's going to keep you going. And your why should be more than just me. Yes, I have needs too, but you know what? Let me look outside that. That is going to keep you going and get you going longer. And to have that mentality, it's just not me, but also the people around me, how I can help. And it's going to get you further than you ever can envision you yourself going, right? So identify your why and let it be more than just me, right?
Alrighty. Thanks for sharing that, Sharon. I completely agree. Finding your why or your purpose is extremely valuable. No matter what career field you work in, it helps to give you that motivation to push forward when you need it. Alrighty. Well, that wraps up our time today. Dominique, Sharon, thank you so much for being here today. And thank you, everybody who took the time to join. Have a wonderful day.
My name is Sharon Prince, and I launched my own AWS consulting firm and nonprofit by upskilling with Pluralsight. I love Minnesota. I love the people here. I love the snow. And this is where my dreams actually came alive. My journey with Pluralsight started 5 years ago. I had a little bit of cloud experience, which was fair enough, but then more internally, what am I doing with my life? What am I doing here? What can I do with what I have? I realized the answer was sitting right in front of me. I could actually hone in and become a master at what I did. And that was a big turning point in my life. I just jumped in.
It was like he jumped out of an airplane, full force, just went for it. He sat me down at one point. He was in the very beginning of the journey. He's like, I'm really gonna do this. I'm really gonna take this leap. And you're gonna have to leap too. At that time I was pregnant, and that is a part of his why. That was a part of what we wanted. Was he wanted to have a secure future. He had more purpose.
My biggest challenge was time. My family, a newborn baby, work. Pluralsight enabled me to go at my own pace, which was to go quickly.
And when I tell you, it took all of our days and all of our weekends, it truly did. But he was committed. He was ready. He wanted to grow.
Pluralsight provided certification prep exams, which were really helpful because now I could actually track my progress of where I was and where I needed to be. Leveraging those learning paths, that set me up for success. After getting my certifications, we launched 320 Technologies, and we're also happy to say that we've become an official AWS partner as of last year. And also, the byproduct of that, we birthed 320 Ministries, a nonprofit organization designated to help those who cannot help themselves, especially with the focus on children.
And so our company actually donates 10% of every single dollar that comes into the company that helps people locally and internationally that need support. It's those little things that I think just really make this all worth it, that we're able to help other people that need it, instead of just, okay, we make more money, okay, we have a house. It's a bigger purpose, and we're living what we've dreamed of, what we talked about, the things that first brought us together.
Identifying your why is so important because that's what keeps you going on rainy days. Because you can be motivated, be inspired on day 1, but what would keep you going on day 10, day 100, day 200? You need something more than just for today. I'm so grateful for Pluralsight because it has given me the ability to learn, to become really good at what I do, I hope our story inspires others, and I hope that they themselves become change agents in their own communities and for themselves.
Hello, everybody. I'm Drew Fearmont, and welcome to Tech Skills Day. So excited to be here with Alan Micro Grobelny, otherwise known as to all of his friends around the world, AM. AM, it's a pleasure to see you today. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I have so many names that I have to shorten them. I have more. I have more names.
Well, welcome. Looking forward to hearing a little bit about your story, but let's kind of start with where you are. You're in many ways the face of AWS to the developer community. I mean, I see you at all the different AWS summits. You're usually, have a microphone in hand and people are walking in front of the camera as you're trying to, talk about things like Deep Racer, or you're at a desk in front of, different booths. And then you're also, if I'm not mistaken, running game days for AWS. So you're out and about. Tell us a little bit about where you are these days.
First, Drew, you are giving me way too much credit, but I appreciate it. I'll definitely be saving this clip for later to watch, psych myself up. But I'd say I'm one of many faces out there working with the AWS community. There's a ton of us. I just happen to have stuck around a long time. These days, I'm working a lot with AWS On Air. I'm working with Game Day. I'm generally trying to get out there and help people learn. That's at the heart of what all the developer advocates at AWS do, is really out there to try and engage the community, hear what they're up to, and help them engage with AWS.
Well, we appreciate it. There's a lot of folks that appreciate everything that you're doing. And I want to go back. By the way, it's not talking too much; it's storytelling. So we need to kind of, again, we'll just sort of, put the
work on my branding.
There you go. So we're going to go do a little storytelling here, because I want to hear the story about. Let's go in the way back machine to, because you weren't in tech when you first started off in your career. If I'm not mistaken, you were in education.
That's right. That is correct. I came to tech later in life, which can be a really daunting thing to do, depending on I think a lot of that relies on the community you're able to build. And that was actually how I got into tech, was a friend of mine. So prior to working in tech, I went to college, got an English degree. So my backup plan was I'll be a teacher, because I've always loved teaching. My entire family has a long line of educators. My sister's a teacher now. So I really, and I'll say, I've been very lucky with all the positions I've had in tech. Teacher's still my favorite job, no matter where I go or what I do, which I make a point to try and include teaching in anything I'm doing in tech. But the way I got into tech was actually, it was a drummer of mine from back in my high school days of being in bands. He was a drummer I played with in a band. He had moved out to LA, also seeking fame and fortune in the punk music scene, as many of us do. But he ended up transitioning over to be a front-end developer. So he's working with JavaScript a lot, working in, this was like the dawning of the age of JavaScript frameworks, right? React hadn't even been invented at this point. So it was just a, twinkle in Facebook's eye at that point. But he was making really good money doing this, right? And he and I were talking about that, and he was like, "You could do this," and I'm like, "Well, no, I'm this English guy. Like, I communicate, I write, I like to read, I like to make art. I'm not this math genius, And he's like, well, neither am I. And I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. Actually, now that you mentioned that, you aren't. He's like, it's not about math, right? It's there's math involved, but the computer does the math. And I was like, oh, okay. And so that kind of opened this window to me of maybe tech is actually accessible to people who don't necessarily think of themselves as, an engineering mindset.
Right.
I don't know. If
Yeah,
that
well, I mean,
makes
it's
any
always
sense.
nice to have a little bit of like, somebody sort of puts a little dent in the universe, right? It sounds like your friend, the drummer, did as well. And so it's nice to have that type of inspiration. Well, it's one thing to then be inspired, or at least sort of like, hey, I can do this. But then it's a matter of, all right, well, now the real grind comes. So talk to me a little bit about like, what were some of your steps, and how did you make that transition?
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest pieces was the beginning. Like I said, he was a front end engineer, still is, still working in the industry. I catch up with him every once in a while. Uh, but that's the only perspective I got, right? Was from an engineering standpoint, a pure, I'm a software developer. So that's what I thought you did. But that was my goal, right? So I kind of did two approaches to this. So the first approach was, well, I've got an English degree. I'm worried that people are not going to give me an interview, right? So I did some research. I went online and I found the cheapest online public university that I could get a bachelor's degree from, because I'm making a teacher's salary at this point, right? Um, I make a plan then to also break into tech using the skills I already have. So I start doing a little bit more research and I find out, well, actually, engineering is one aspect. There's also a group of people called, technical documentation writers. So I have that skill set. I can write, I can edit, I have a degree in that. So can I break in that way? So I started, you know, looking regularly for job postings about documentation writers, things like that, just to get in with
Yeah, I love
a
that.
tech
Yeah, yeah.
company,
Kind of,
right?
do a little bit of an inventory and kind of leverage at least some of your skills that you currently have to be able to break into tech. That's some great advice for folks that are listening.
Yeah, I mean, you already have skills that are useful in tech, and no matter where you're coming from, because there's all different. That's the thing that I gradually learned over time is that there's all types of different people working in tech with all different types of backgrounds. They may just be doing different jobs than engineer, right? So I got a job at a startup in Houston, Texas, where I'm from, right in tech docs. Meanwhile, at nighttime, I'm going to get this computer science degree, and you know, I'm learning, and I experienced this when I got my English degree too. It's a lot of theory. It's not a lot of interactive. It's not a lot of actual implementation of stuff. So I'm kind of lacking for practical experience, so to speak. I start picking up a few things in my now day job working at the accounting software place where I can revamp the documentation website and I learn how websites work and things like that. But I'm still lacking kind of a more formalized, path driven way of actually coding, instead of just learning the theory at night in these college courses. And that's when I happened upon Pluralsight, right? I don't I to this day, because I've had a Pluralsight subscription for I was talking I think when we were setting the close to 10 years now. It was one of the most, if not the most valuable thing
How's
that
that? Like when
I
you
took
say it
on.
was one of the most valuable things. Like what do you mean by that?
It gave me a way to actually see this stuff in practice. And it was coming from people that were doing the jobs that I was looking to transition into, right? Like it was coming from engineers, people who coded, day to day, but these people were very good teachers also. So it was approachable. Um, here was my routine. I would wake up 6 in the morning. I'd have to be at work by 8. So I would spend, 6 to 7 basically watching Pluralsight videos. Then at lunchtime, I would walk around the parking lot and watch more Pluralsight videos. And then I'd get home, do my college stuff, and then I would have my exercise routine, which was walking. I like to walk a lot. I walked around our apartment complex watching Pluralsight videos. I did this every day for at least the 2 years that I was in college, because it was like a supplement to that, where I actually got to see, it wasn't just learning about, how is memory allocated, in a programming language, or how does the stack work, that type of thing, which is important. It was more along the lines of like, how do you actually apply this to things that get built?
Yeah,
Right?
like
How do you?
a living textbook, kind of thing, right? So, now as you're progressing in your career, I mean, you went through, several different very challenging developer roles, and then you became a developer advocate, and now with AWS, you know, what does that look like now in your career in terms of like, boy, the rate of change, going on these days, especially with AI and ML and everything like that? Like, where do you find time currently to try to keep pace with everything else that is going on?
Yeah, my life is a little different than it was back then. As you get older, things start taking up more and more of your time. So I don't have, close to 3 to 4 hours to spend just learning, right? Just because I've learned more than I knew then doesn't mean I can ever stop learning. Like that's one of the secrets that people don't tell you. And I've come to trust Pluralsight as a huge wealth of knowledge that I can trust, because that's the other side that people won't tell you. One, you've always got to learn. Two, there's going to be so much information out there that you're going to have to seek out good sources of information. So just due to the sheer fact of how much you're going to be learning at all times, it's nice to have a shortcut to go, well, I know I can trust this material. I know I can just go turn it on and learn about whatever topic in tech there is, right? I took a detour maybe a year or two ago into the security realm, which I had no prior experience in, cybersecurity whatsoever. Pluralsight was a huge aspect of that, right? Learning and getting up to date on stuff that I just hadn't experienced before. And look, Drew, the other thing that I really like about, resources like this is you get to see the people and learn from people over and over. I've been learning from the same group of people for years because they all keep making new Pluralsight videos. I feel like I know some of these people. I've never met them in my life.
You bring up such an interesting point, AM, because a lot of these folks that are, hey, behind camera like yourself or whatever, I think it's almost a little bit shocking at first when you go to these community events. I want to talk just very briefly about that when you're like, oh, they're a real person, is there any advice that you have for folks that are getting started or want to continue to really accelerate their career when it comes to the cloud community, specifically with AWS?
Yeah, I want to clear up one thing first, though. I am not a real person. I am a pile of Lambda functions that just invokes every once in a while. Please don't be disappointed when you meet me in person. But to that end,
AM as a service, I like that.
To that end, come up and talk to me at one of these events. I mean, that precipitates the first piece of advice. Go to the events, especially the ones that are free, right? That are near you. Go to meetups. That's how I got my start in the tech community, was going to meetups that are generally free. Actually, they'll feed you most of the time. So you're coming out.
That's the number one pro tip right there. I like that.
Coming out ahead in that transaction. So, and it's very hard. So, Drew, I like to tell people I'm a secret introvert because, you judge me by my job. I'm an extrovert, extreme extrovert, some might say, but in my natural state, I never leave my house. You can ask any family member. I'm, never interacting with another human creature out there. So, you have to get out of your shell, right? You have to just pretend that you're not an introvert and go out and meet people, because it's a huge aspect of growing in your career that, again, people don't necessarily call this out all the time.
Yeah, I think you're spot on with that, AM. I think, a lot of these folks, like yourself and others, they want to help, right? That's why we're doing the Tech Skills Day. It's just an opportunity to share those stories and help provide, save people time and energy and money in terms of moving from where they are to where they want to go. And stories like your own are a tremendous help, to those individuals. And it doesn't stop there because, hey, you're available. You have, social media profiles so people can DM you as well. But we really appreciate the advocacy, obviously, with Pluralsight. But also, I think, for me, more importantly, just really helping to curate and take care of the cloud community. So we love seeing you at these events. And I would encourage everybody when they see AM, maybe, let them know your favorite punk, rock song or whatever.
Yeah,
Maybe belt out a few tunes for him, So from punk rocker to AWS developer advocate, AM, it's been such a pleasure hearing your story. And thank you for joining us on Skills Day. Really
Thanks for having me, Drew.
All right. Keep being awesome.
All right. Well, welcome everyone to this session on science-backed strategies for advancing your tech career. I want to thank everyone in the audience today for attending this session. As a fellow software developer and engineering leader, I can promise you that you're going to get a lot out of this discussion with my colleagues at the Developer Success Lab. Both of them research scientists. We've got Dr. Kat Hicks and Dr. Carol Lee here. So before we fully dive in, shall we do some quick introductions, folks? Great. I'll go ahead and kick us off here. I'm Kristen Foster Marks. I'm a Principal Developer Experience Engineer with the Dev Success Lab. I always have to take a little bit of a breath before I say my title because it's so long. I'm in this role because I am super passionate about applying evidence-based science to help software engineering teams learn, work, and thrive. I'm a full stack software development boot camp graduate. I've spent the last 8 years in software development and engineering leadership. And I also have an academic background in second language acquisition and foreign language teaching. So I use all of this background, both my academic background and my software background, in my work with the Dev Success Lab to develop evidence-based workshops, interventions, and guides that really strive to kind of promote effective evidence-based behavior change on software teams. So that's a little bit about me. Kat, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm Kat Hicks. I am the VP of Research at Pluralsight, and I'm also the founder of the Developer Success Lab, the director of the lab, you could say. I'm a social scientist, a psychologist by background, so I have a PhD in psychology, and I've always been incredibly passionate about applied science. So that means doing research not just for the sake of learning things, although I certainly love learning things, but doing it in a way that tries to benefit people, tries to really go directly out there in the world. I love working with software engineers and software teams. That's been a primary focus of the Developer Success Lab. We are an open science project for the community out there of technologists, technology teams, people building software, developers, and their partners and product. We study very large topics across the concerns of these teams. So we like to look at things like what keeps these teams motivated, what helps these teams thrive. This is incredibly rewarding, cool work for me. I get to work with amazing scientists like Carol, and we get to bring in incredible expert practitioners like Kristen to the lab, because this is really a multidisciplinary, all hands on deck, we need everybody to help lift all the boats here kind of project. So that's me. How about you, Carol?
Yeah, my name is Carol Lee. I am a principal scientist in the Developer Success Lab, and I am actually a clinical scientist. What that really means is that I'm a clinical psychologist with expertise in stress and anxiety, and I use that, including with my background in science, to generate science on mental health experiences of software developers. This is pretty amazing work. In my opinion, it's really rewarding. I'm really, really passionate about bringing science on anxiety and mental health experiences to new spaces. And so bringing it to the software development world has been honestly extremely rewarding. So yeah, that's me.
Well, thanks to you both. Well, and I will say, I mean, it's been very rewarding, like for the software engineering world, if we can use, a little bit of personification there. It's just such a wonderful thing to be bringing to the software engineering space, this empirical research. Kat, you talked a little bit about like what the lab is about, like what we're trying to do in the Dev Success Lab. As its founder, can you just tell us a little bit about like the overarching mission and maybe even like how something like this came about? I think it's very interesting, kind of the origin story of the lab.
Yeah. Thank you, Kristen. It's a fun story, actually. I love telling this because I have been a scientist out there in public and out there in tech for a while. And, I had this vision always that many parts of the world needed empirical science, needed to bring in PhDs and people who could do these in-depth foundational empirical research projects, because ultimately what you get at the end of these projects is incredibly important evidence and insight. Greg Cesarelli, our chief product officer, he reached out to me after I had actually published a research project about learning on software teams. So what a great Pluralsight connection, because Pluralsight is so invested in a vision of the world where everyone is seen for their learning and for their effort, and you're not just sort of stuck in one place, right? You're allowed to grow and change and achieve and find a job that you never imagined yourself having. So I immediately believed in that. That's kind of at the heart of social science, is believing in positive change for people. And so when Pluralsight reached out and they said, listen, we want to have a science lab, we want to have a science department, we want it to be out there helping the whole industry. I mean, my heart's saying, Kristen and Carol, like, you understand, we're all very passionate about doing work that reaches people in the real world. So the founding of the lab really was centered on that vision of bringing scientists in this way. And the Dev Success Lab, we run original empirical research studies. So as Carol mentioned, she has clinical expertise. I'm sure we're going to hear a little bit more about what those projects look like. We also develop some materials. So Kristen, you've had some amazing authorship here. We put out some toolkits, resources, even measures that people can use based on our research. So we're coming at people with the findings, the evidence, and the tools to use them. That's what we're trying to do here.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Kat. I'm so glad that our audience kind of has that background on the lab. It kind of ties in really closely to why I wanted to hold this session with you all, like why I wanted to bring this conversation to our audience today. So Kat, you mentioned this research that you had done that had caught the eye of a chief product officer. Well, right before you joined the team, I ended up finding that paper on my own. I may have been stalking you a little bit online. I was just so excited that like we were going to have a research lab, like an empirical research lab at Pluralsight. So I did look you up. I found that paper.
Yeah.
And in that paper, which as you mentioned, it was really kind of focused on learning as a software developer. And you introduced a concept there that was new to me called learning debt, which for the audience is basically the debt of knowledge and skills that we build up when we continuously pass up opportunities to learn. And I realized through reading your research on learning debt that throughout my own coding career, and probably even before that, for a multitude of reasons, I myself had continuously passed up learning opportunity after learning opportunity. And that kind of metaphorical skill and knowledge debt that I had accumulated because of passing up those learning opportunities, it felt so palpable to me. It just felt really real and so much a part of my lived experience. And I just remember feeling really seen through that research. That, there was like a name, a construct to put to that experience of mine. And the reason I'm telling this story here is because, this is just such a poignant example of how research, and specifically that evidence-based, empirical, rigorous, ethical research, can really shed light on and give a voice to our common experiences as code writers and software developers. And I deeply believe that in the best cases, understanding this research can really help us change our practices and our behaviors so that we can operate better and more efficiently and hopefully even more happily as software developers, both individually and as members of our software teams. So my sincere hope for our audience listening to the session today is that through learning about this research that's being done in the software development domain, that they can walk away feeling seen and empowered by the knowledge that, their experiences are in fact shared experiences, much like I walked away from your research on learning debt, Kat. So with that, shall we jump in and start talking about some specific science here?
Let's do it.
Awesome. Okay, cool. So as we've kind of talked about, the Dev Success Lab investigates research questions around kind of specifically the human side of software development, right? All with the goal of kind of improving the experience of writing code and building software for the people who actually do those things on a daily basis. So, Kat, I'm gonna start with you here and throw a question your way. As the lab's founder and principal investigator, PI, you've led multiple high impact research projects at this point. You've taken these projects from inception to design to implementation and analysis, and finally to that reporting and publication stage. So I'm wondering, which of those studies do you think holds the highest relevance for the folks listening today?
Thank you. So, the best thing about being a scientist who gets to go out there and share work in public is I don't have to decide what this answer is. I actually know because people have told me quite directly. People tell us what they think is most useful very vocally, which is possibly my favorite thing about working with technologists. And the winner out of all of our studies right now, I would say, is our work on developer thriving. And, even though this project is focused on software developers specifically, we've heard from all kinds of people. It's resonated with technologists in so many different jobs. And I think that's because the things that we've explored are these like 4 key things about really thriving as a person working in the technology space. So I say, to this audience looking to grow and have a wonderful, amazing career, and maybe looking to figure out what's important to protect and to care about and to notice in your own environment, we have heard from the thousands of people in our research that these 4 things really matter. And it's actually not just our research, it's based on a lot of people's research across academic science. So we've taken a big step to try to translate some of that for technology teams, which is also a piece of this project I love. So the developer thriving research study, in brief, it's a big report. We've broken it out in a couple different ways for you to consume it. But we have looked at these 4 key levers, and Carol came up with a really great acronym for it, right? You called it the LABS model. So you can remember LABS. What it stands for is learning culture. So do you feel like you're on a team that has a learning culture? Learning is celebrated. You are not afraid to show that you are learning. Actually, your peers actively show learning, and mistakes, making mistakes, the normal kind of making mistakes in the process of learning, that's counted as a good, positive progress. So that's the L in labs. The A in labs is agency. Agency is a really interesting one because we ask folks, do you feel like you have input into big things that really matter in your career, like how your success is defined? Agency doesn't really mean you control everything, right? Or it doesn't mean that you're isolated. That's often something that people think, well, it's autonomy, it's just being out there and I don't have any connection to anyone else. Actually, people feel great agency when they're inside of a team where at the right moments their voice gets amplified. So that's the A. The B is belonging. Sense of belonging is one of my favorite constructs from psychology. And it refers to the way we look around our environment and we ask this kind of question, which is, do I belong here? Do I belong as a software developer? Do I belong on this team? Does someone like me belong here? It shows up in all kinds of ways in different parts of our lives. For technology teams, we looked at whether people felt like they belonged as a developer specifically and on this team. So it's not the same as people are just nice to me, right? But it kind of goes deeper, like into a sense of you're valued, you're able to show up as a whole person. And finally, the S in labs is self-efficacy and motivation. And self-efficacy, we think of it like this powerhouse of your motivation. It's your ability to say to yourself, even if things are unexpectedly hard, or there's a challenge I never anticipated, I know that I can solve this, even if I can't see the solution yet, right? So you can imagine how relevant this is to rapidly changing world of technology. So that's the labs model from the Developer Thriving Project. And I think of these like psychological fuel sources for you. These things keep you going. They're not just in our research a nice to have, but in this project, we found they strongly predict whether teams or developers feel like they are productive. So this has a direct connection to your ability to get work done.
I love that metaphor of the psychological fuel source so much. Kat, I'm wondering, would you be able to give us a specific example of how focusing on one of those psychological elements, so one of those psychological fuel sources, could help folks who are just starting out in their tech and software career?
Yeah, great question. So, like I mentioned, I think I'm going to pick agency. And that's because that's one where I see a lot of misconceptions. And, I think especially early in your tech career, you might think, well, I guess I'll get to make decisions when I'm, further along and when I'm the boss, right? So I want to say, that you can practice agency in all situations. This is a really beautiful strength that you have. Here's an example. We had a developer come through our research who talked about how his manager had, they'd set a certain goal together for this person to get better at doing a bunch of code reviews. And, they knew that they were kind of slow at doing code reviews and they tended to put it off and, tended to value other forms of work. And it was letting the team down a little bit, right? This person had a really great, kind manager who did not like come down to punish this, but said, let's work together. Let's set a target. However, they set this target, the person was out to achieve it, and then something happened in their life. Like they felt they had a health need to deal with. They felt like this target is no longer accurate. So this person had a choice, right? Like, do I just kind of let this all happen to me, or do I try to make a change? And they decided they were going to try to make a change and have a voice in how they were being measured, even though, they had felt like all of this fear about coming into this conversation with their manager. It ended up being a beautiful moment where the manager said, oh, you know what? Like, you're pointing out the fact that we actually should have re-examined these metrics at a much shorter interval for everybody. And so this moment of agency ended up creating like a better change for the whole team. So I would say my recommendation is, look for moments where you can start a conversation about how you are being measured and how your success is being defined, and position yourself as an ally to everybody around you, right? Because everybody around you is probably worrying about the same stuff. We all know we have a lot to juggle. And I sometimes tell people this is looking for joint ownership. Things are not just happening to you at work, right? But you can actually be an owner in what happens to your team.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that so much. I think about some of the best teams that I've been on. And these are teams where, we would sit down periodically and define like ways of working or working agreements with each other, where we kind of like co-created just kind of what our processes and ways of working needed to look like. And I know that gave me such a sense of agency as an individual contributor on those teams.
What's great too, Kristen, I'll say, is that when other people see you do this, it creates like this beautiful chain reaction. Absolutely. And we heard that so loud and clear from developers. Like, I never realized that you could do this thing until I saw my peer stand up and do it. So we really are all in it together, like trying to remind each other the steps we can take to help our teams.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. I led an engineering team at one point, and this was before I kind of learned to advocate for myself around like asking for learning time when I needed it. And I remember assigning this engineer a really tough task. He was having to do something that there wasn't documentation for. And there were only a few people on the team who kind of had like specific pieces of the bigger picture. Like he had to figure this thing out. And I remember he came to me and he said, Kristen, I just feel like I need a week to just learn and talk to people without the expectation that I'm going to write any code. And I think, some people would think, oh my gosh, like, how am I going to say something like that to my manager? Like they're going to want me to sit down and start writing code immediately. But I can say, as an engineering leader, it is so just refreshing and actually empowering when your people come to you and say, I am not ready to do this thing yet. If I sit down and start working immediately, it's not going to be my best work. I need to learn. And that set such a good example for me when I moved back into an individual contributor role. I found that I was better able to advocate for my own learning, having seen that demonstrated and modeled by, one of my teammates.
I love that story so much.
Yeah, it's really something that's stuck with me. Carol, I've had the unique pleasure of getting a front row seat to your research project process, observing and even collaborating with you a bit on research that you're just wrapping up around code review anxiety. It's really exciting research. I cannot wait for your findings and your insights to make it out into the software development world, into the hands of the people. Can you give us a little preview and share a bit about this research with the audience?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness. I'm so excited about this project. So like you mentioned, I just wrapped up this project on code review anxiety. And you can think about code review anxiety as any stress or anxiety that you experience when giving or receiving a code review. Okay. And just kind of like as an aside, I think what's really cool about this project in particular is like, yes, it's about code reviews, right? But it actually applies to multiple software development contexts because building software is such a collaborative effort that, this actually applies across contexts. So kind of keep that in.
Thinking about design reviews, product reviews, and there's all these other review moments.
Yeah, so many of these moments, right? But yeah, our research actually shows these two kind of major things that, again, you can apply across contexts. So first, it shows that code review anxiety is pretty normal, okay? And so if you feel anxious in these situations, like, I just really want you to know, like, you're not crazy, you're not weird, you're not unskilled, right? Like, this is pretty normal. There's this way we talk about collaboratively giving and receiving feedback as if it's this really simple thing, but this is actually a very highly complex social behavior. So if you feel anxious in these situations, pretty normal, okay? Second, our research really shows that we can do something about that anxiety. And this is really important to me as a clinical scientist because, just because something is normal doesn't mean that it can't sometimes get in the way of us doing the things we want to do, right? So for example, with code review anxiety specifically, oftentimes you'll see that when folks experience that anxiety, they react to that anxiety by avoiding or procrastinating. Okay. And so obviously, if you're avoiding or procrastinating code reviews, that actually gets in the way of you from, benefiting from these code reviews. So one of the key ways that we can actually reduce this anxiety is through this process called cognitive restructuring. So those of you that know what cognitive restructuring is know that it's a pretty awesome powerhouse intervention. Those of you who don't, this is basically when we identify and then challenge any negatively biased thoughts we have about the situation. What's really cool is that our research shows that this process doesn't just decrease code review anxiety, but it actually can increase your engagement with code reviews, okay? And so just to kind of give you a quick example of how this works. So let's say, you have a code review, it's during your next code review, and you have this thought like, okay, if I make a mistake, people are going to think I'm so stupid, okay? A thought that many of us have probably had before. Okay, so at this point, you have like two choices now, right? You can either be like, this thought is the truth. This is just how it is, which of course will actually make your anxiety higher because now the stakes are so high, right? Or you can actually say, I'm going to challenge that thought, okay? So for example, you might actually take a moment and I might ask myself like, okay, Carol, like, whoa, like, is this really true? Like, does it really mean that if I make a mistake, I'm so stupid? Don't we all make mistakes? Does that mean we're all stupid? Aren't mistakes just kind of normal? Am I being super hard on myself? Like, my goodness, right? And so from that, this actually enables this process called creating a rational response. And this is when you can create a more accurate and less biased point of view. So for example, instead of saying, if I make a mistake, I'm so stupid, now I might be able to say, okay, like, yes, I might make a mistake, right? And sure, that might be pretty embarrassing in the moment. But you know what? Mistakes are normal and they don't mean that I'm stupid, right? And again, what's really cool about this is that it reduces your anxiety in the moment, and then it enables you to actually engage with code reviews more actively. So yeah.
I love that so much. I love what you said about coding being such a collaborative effort. That resonates with me so much. I think back to when I was a coding bootcamp student. I was very new to coding. I knew nothing about like how software actually got built by teams of people. And I remember one of the most challenging things for me, which I did not anticipate, was kind of dealing with that anxiety of having to show my instructors and my teammates my code for feedback. Like I look back on it now, I'm like, oh, well, that's silly that I didn't think that I would have to do that. But it's just, it's a really important part of the coding process is sharing your work and getting feedback on your work from others. So one of the reasons I'm just totally smitten with your research on code review anxiety is that I know that if I had known about this research and about its findings, if I had seen that this was such a shared experience, if I'd had access to the toolkit, I think I could have normalized that experience for myself a lot sooner. It just kind of saved myself a little bit of like social heartache, if you will, and probably save some procrastination. There were definitely a few projects I can remember. I would submit my PR, my pull request at the end of the day because I knew the person reviewing it wouldn't see it until the next morning. And I was like, okay, well, at least I can go to sleep tonight feeling okay about myself.
The Friday, suddenly all the code reviews are submitted, all of the like.
Yes, absolutely.
So many examples like that, right? I mean, I had folks in these workshop interventions that were like, someone might ask for a review and then, I know I've seen it and I just kind of pretend I didn't see it. And, sometimes I'll have a strategy for like, oh, sorry, I was getting coffee. That's why this other person picked up the review because I really didn't want to have to be the person to give the review, right? It's like, oh.
Been there. Absolutely. Oh my gosh. So Carol, one of the things I'm really excited about is this toolkit that was a part of your research, but that we're also kind of planning on adapting and making available to folks once the research is out. Can you just tell the audience really briefly, what they can kind of expect there?
Yeah, and this kind of goes back to some of my values as a clinical scientist and a clinical psychologist, which is that you never want to be in a situation where like now the person needs you to be there with like walking you through cognitive restructuring forever and ever. Like I love working with you, Kristen, but I'm not going to like sit next to you during every code review from now on and just be like, now remember, Kristen, right? And so I think about the toolkit as a way for folks to kind of do it themselves, right? They can take the things that we've talked about, walk through cognitive restructuring on their own and bring it with them to a real life code review without needing, me or some other facilitator. So yeah, that's the goal of the toolkit and hoping to kind of release that very publicly for everybody to use. And I'm very excited about that.
Yeah. Well, Carol, listen, no offense, but if you were sitting next to me while I was doing code reviews, reminding me not to have anxiety, that would increase my anxiety.
So. I know. Can you imagine?
We've got this toolkit coming.
Oh my God.
Again, no offense. You're great, but
one thing I love about this too is like just to connect it back to the other thing we said about developer agency is you might walk into a team situation and the code reviews might not be great, like on your team, right? And I would love to encourage this audience, people who are new to their tech careers, you are allowed to have an opinion about this. Like if you're not getting feedback that helps you, you're allowed to have an opinion about it. And so I love the idea of people maybe bringing the toolkit to their teams and saying, hey, look, let's talk about, do we all feel like we're doing great with this? Or do we feel like, we could help each other more? We've seen that benefit people a lot, right?
Oh, 100%. I love a themed retrospective. And I could see that being a really cool topic to tackle through a themed retrospective. Like, how are we doing? How have we been doing with code reviews? What should we stop doing? What should we start doing? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so Carol and Kat, you both know that one of my deep research interests, kind of in general, that kind of spans disciplines, is around beliefs, and particularly beliefs that people hold that are not only not actually supported by scientific evidence, but that also kind of have the ability to hurt or impede performance or well-being or maybe persistence in pursuing a goal, things like that. So one example from my academic background is related to foreign language learning. I think there's a widespread belief with folks who are learning a foreign language that you should be able to speak that foreign language without an accent. The reality is that it's very challenging for physiological reasons to speak a foreign language without an accent. And also, accented speech is normal and even beautiful, right? Like when I hear somebody speaking English with an accent, I don't know. I think it's great. And yeah, I think, many a foreign language learner has kind of unnecessarily tormented themselves over speaking their language of study with that accent. So that's just an example of a kind of erroneous or unhealthy belief in the language learning domain. My question for both of you is, have you observed kind of similarly widespread misconceptions or erroneous beliefs in the software development domain? And then if so, like what are the negative effects of those beliefs?
Yeah, I'll jump in here. First of all, revising my own beliefs about what I can speak in a foreign language as I'm listening, Kristen. I was having this revelation that wow, I hold myself back from ever trying to like order something in one of my sort of small languages because of that fear of having an accent. Like, how
Okay.
I love that. Thank you. Learning
Yeah.
moment.
Absolutely. Just look up a video of Carlos Sainz speaking English and tell me if you think that accents are bad. Okay, that's my challenge to the audience. Sorry
And
to
I
my husband.
no, I share this. I share this with you. I always think accents are profoundly beautiful, and then I'm like, wow, I did not apply that to myself at all. Misconceptions. Okay, I am ready to go on this, Kristen. I love this topic because I think that something that fascinates me is we all carry around a lot of misconceptions about how our minds work and what's good for us in the long term. And I think this happens because it actually does something for us in the short term. So, a really good example of this is something we've identified on technology teams, which we call a contest culture. So, this is the belief that it's sort of a normal good, like it's going to make us all work better if we are kind of very competitive and fierce about everything. And on some teams, you see it go so far as to be kind of actively cruel to each other. So telling you, you know what, all the time on this team, you have to prove that you're smart enough to be here. Or you have, and it shows up specifically in technical careers, right? You have to prove that you know the right jargon, you know the right vendor tool, you know that if you don't use the same keyboard shortcuts that I use, are you even a real developer? That kind of feeling, right? I see it on your face, right? Like, haven't you felt this? In psychology research, we actually have developed a like very robust, way to measure this that we've seen across different cultures, across different jobs. It comes from this belief that only a few number of people can succeed, and that kind of at work all the time, what we're doing is like trying to like do this litmus test and figure out who's like actually innately brilliant, like who was born a genius coder, a 10x engineer, a rock star. My team knows that I hate these terms. And it's because of this, it's this misconception. The damage this does can be profound. It can be profound to people because you start to think, if I make a mistake, I don't belong here. Instead of thinking, like we just said, a mistake is good. It's normal. It's actually like a sign that you are like working the problem and you're working in a hard problem space. You can interpret all these super good things you're doing, suddenly interpret them all as being signs that you don't belong. And again, in our Developer Thriving project, we found belonging directly helps people produce better work. feel more connected to their teams and thrive. I think that this fundamental misconception leads to a lot of things. Like, people say, well, it's all just about grinding. It's all just about the number of, prototypes I produce, or the number of, lines of code I produce. I think in every different tech field, there's this struggle about, are we playing a quantity game or are we playing a quality game? And what we see in our research, what we know from science, is the long-term sustainable good work, the stuff that's going to last, it's a quality game, right? It doesn't come from this competition, dog eat dog stuff. It comes from collaboration.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that so much. I can think of so many times that I felt that contest culture very palpably on teams that I've been on or with particular teammates. And it's not a good feeling. And I've also been on really healthy teams that didn't have that. And it's amazing what that unlocks for folks. Yeah. Carol, what about you?
Yeah, I think in doing this research about code review anxiety, there's kind of narrative has really surfaced when I talk about this work, where folks are like, oh yeah, that's a junior developer thing, or less experienced developers experience code review anxiety. Right. And I actually really, hate is a strong word, but I actually really hate this. One, because obviously the evidence actually shows that this isn't true. But also because when we have this narrative, it doesn't just hurt less experienced developers, it actually hurts developers of all experience levels. And a part of this is because when you say that code review anxiety is a junior developer thing, right? You're basically saying like, hey, okay, that current anxiety that you're feeling, like, don't worry about it, you'll eventually grow out of it, right? As you get more experience, or and as you become a quote better coder, or whatever that means, right? You just won't feel anxiety, which is also just kind of unhelpful, because now we're saying like, you're feeling anxious, oh well, like whatever, right? When instead we could actually be giving people the tools and support to actually manage it in the moment, right? So we're just saying suffer in silence for a few years, it's fine. But there's even more problems with this. So now you're also implying there's something wrong with somebody's abilities, as if like somebody will no longer deserve anxiety once they're a quote better coder, right? And this is a huge problem, because not only does this make people's anxiety worse for obvious reasons, but it's also not true. As an anxiety scientist, I've said this phrase a lot, oftentimes joking, but I completely mean it, where I say, like anxiety comes for us all. And that is so true. Anyone can and does experience anxiety. It's not something you deserve, and it's not something you earn. It truly is something that every one of us is susceptible to, right? And I think that's just so important. And then finally, the biggest problem I have with this kind of misconception is that you are now telling all of those experienced developers who do experience code review anxiety that there's something wrong with them for experiencing code review anxiety. And even though we've literally done nothing to help them manage it, right? We're just like, oh, you're anxious, whatever. And then they still experience it. And we're like, so weird. There must be something wrong with you, which is wild. And I think the worst part about this misconception is that when we kind of champion this to our experienced developers who experience code review anxiety, it doesn't just make their anxiety worse, but it creates this shame spiral, which actively prevents them from doing something about it. It actively prevents them from telling people about it so that they can get help with it. I had folks in my workshop who were like, I have experienced this code review anxiety thing, for 20 years, and I just didn't think I could say anything about it, but here I am now, right? And like, how heartbreaking is that? Is that we are creating this system where folks feel like they can't get support for something, right? And so one really big goal I have with this research, not to just like plug my research in over and over again, but is I know, like, I just really want this research to help people say like, hey, code review anxiety, it's real. It happens to developers of all experience levels, right? And there's actually stuff that we can do about it, but we cannot do anything about it unless we can actually openly talk about it with one another and in a supportive way. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much power in that kind of vulnerable sharing with your teammates.
Yeah.
It's really, really hard to do. But it also kind of makes me think about like showing up authentically, which I think is so much connected to sense of belonging. Hi, I'm kind of a like bubbly, exuberant, if you will, software developer. And I remember coming into this space and not really feeling like it was okay to be me. And part of that was some mythology that I needed to break down. Like I definitely came into software development with kind of beliefs about, the ideal software developer being like the person who's sitting in the basement by themselves, Cheeto dust on their fingers, a can of Red Bull, right? Like a loner software developer. Like I actually believed that was kind of what this was going to be like. And it's not. Kat, you and I have actually talked about this myth a little bit. Is there anything that you can say about like the myth of the loner developer who doesn't care about other people?
Oh my gosh, I was just thinking this is another misconception. And it's actually one that we know a lot about in science. Like people have been really interested in this. We've got this stereotype about software developers, and I think just about honestly almost anyone who works in technology. Like how I'm not a developer, but when I told my grandpa that I was going and working for a tech company, suddenly it was all kind of like, oh, like, well, you're the nerd of the family, and maybe you can like fix the VCR. And I think there's like a side of this that is really beautiful, okay, and really cool, because it's like, hey, I could fix the VCR actually for my grandpa. That was great. But you can see that there's a side of this that actually starts to really narrow our world, make our world small. Like only certain kinds of people can solve these amazing problems in code, or build cool technology. The reality is I am someone who studied psychology, and I have directly helped build technology and made product decisions and influenced the way that we create this stuff in the world. There is room for, and there's need actually for so many perspectives. So something that we've seen that I love in our research, we've asked software developers specifically, right? So those people where you might think maybe none of these people care about other people. That's a negative stereotype we have about them. We have asked them, do you think that collaborating, helping other people, what we sometimes call a communal affordance, like working in community, is this a critical to you part of your identity as a developer? A majority of full-time professional developers in our research have said it is important to me. So that is something that the field is changing. This is a global massive industry working and touching every part of human life. This is absolutely not people in the basement alone, right? This is a lot of people who maybe are like you, Kristen, or like me, and are very different from us as well. So that's what it takes to do work.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I'm so grateful that change has been happening and continues to happen. There's a place for all of us in this industry. Yeah. So we are coming up on time here. But one thing I do want to ask both of you, just as a final question here, something that's really fun and exciting for all of us about being a part of the Dev Success Lab is that we're constantly observing the field and the software developers in it, and the industry. And from these observations, we get to formulate new research questions. And sometimes those research questions turn into an actual research project. And so I thought our audience would be interested to know what research question is maybe top of mind for each of you. And yeah, that's it. What do you hope to examine next in this field?
So something that's actually been super interesting to me for quite some time, actually, is to expand on this work by Dr. Marion Petrie. Shout out to Marion Petrie. She's amazing. Where she has this research where she shows that less experienced software developers tend to approach errors as problems that they need to get rid of quickly, okay? And because of that, they are more likely to have a harder time with this concept called thrashing, which is this really excellent term for persistent yet ineffective problem solving, okay? So you can think about this as like when you are just refusing to walk away from a problem, even though you are not getting anywhere with it, right? I sometimes explain this as like you have like 60 tabs open. You have tried the same thing like 20 times. Your mind is like kind of blank and you're feeling fuzzy. And at this point, you're like frantically Googling and like also just desperately throwing whatever you can at your machine. 100% guilty of having done this, right? What's really cool is that she finds that more experienced software developers, it's not that they don't thrash, okay, but it's that they're better able to walk away from thrashing. They're better able to say, ooh, I am thrashing. What I need right now is to actually walk away. I need to go take a break, come back to this with a fresh brain. And this actually enables them to, one, problem solve faster, but also more effectively. But obviously, this is so much easier said than done, because if you have thrashed before, which I have, yay, right? You know that it's really hard to know that you're thrashing until you're like 30 tabs in deep, right? Like you're like, oh, everything is fine. And then an hour later, you're like, have I been thrashing for the last 2 hours? And it's yes, you have been, right? And so, in other words, it's really hard to know when you're thrashing, like until it's too late, oftentimes. And so, a research question I have is, okay, so what are these psychological mechanisms in play here that can actually help us catch and then walk away from thrashing sooner? Okay. And then how do we actually build it up for folks so that one, they can, have less stress and anxiety throughout their workday. Two, progress in their careers more quickly, confidently, navigate thrashing more effectively, etc. And so I have some ideas here. I think a big thing that comes into play here is mindfulness. So for example, getting to know what are your symptoms of thrashing, like actually sitting down and writing out, okay, I know that I am thrashing. My early signs of thrashing are X, Y, and Z. And then periodically throughout your workday, checking in with yourself and saying like, ooh, am I doing any of those things on my symptom list? And if not, great, like go on, go forth. But if you are, like that's your cue to say like, I don't feel like I'm thrashing, but I'm doing some of these symptoms right now. I need to go take a walk, right? I need to get up, make some tea, eat a snack, work on a different project. Like I need to do something to break me out of this thrashing cycle, because what we know about these cycles as well is that the sooner you can break out of them, the more easily you can break out of them as well, right? So yeah.
Okay. Ooh, I want this research for the people, for myself. And it's actually kind of got me thinking about something you said earlier, Kat, around communal affordances. I think that our teams and our teammates can be so helpful to us in kind of highlighting when we need to walk away from the computer. I'm actually thinking about a really fun moment the three of us had when we were working on our last research project. Kat, Carol and I observed that you might be in the midst of thrashing a little bit. And one of us said, you know what, Kat, it's time to walk away from your computer for a bit.
Yeah. Yeah. See, again, this is how we're there for our teams.
Yeah. I definitely remember moments like when I'm like telling, you're like in thrashing and you're like invested in bringing your teammates down with you for some reason, where I'm like, Kat, these are the things that I've done. And here are the ways that they're going wrong. But listen, I think we can do this. And she was like, I think you just need to like calm down for a second. Like maybe just let's put this down for a bit. I'm like, are you sure?
Oh, goodness. Well, we are at time. So Kat, I'm sorry that you didn't have an opportunity to answer that particular question.
I'm completely on board with the thrashing project. That's my answer as well.
Okay. Well, audience, stay tuned on thrashing. Thank you both so much for having this conversation with me today. Like I said at the beginning, for me, it was just really eye-opening to know that research like this was being done on people like me. And I just cannot emphasize enough how empowering that has been. So again, thank you for spending this time. I can only imagine that our audience is walking away with some similar feelings of inspiration. So I'd like to encourage the audience to check out the Developer Success Lab website. All of our research is there. We've got some blog posts there. And we've also got some QR codes here to help you all find the specific things that we talked about and referenced today. So you can take a screenshot of that if you'd like. You can also find us on social media. We're on LinkedIn, we're on X, we're on Mastodon. This was a lot of fun. I always enjoy these conversations with you two.
Thank you for hosting this, Kristen. We appreciate you.
Absolutely. Delightful. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Bye, y'all.
All right, welcome to the session, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. We are here to talk about how to secure a tech career for the long term in this crazy world of AI that we find ourselves in. So we do find ourselves in this place where AI can write your code, it can write your emails, it can generate images and a whole bunch of other stuff. So what does that mean for us as technologists, and what do we need to think about going forward? So that's what we're here to talk about today. I'm Amber Israelson. I'm a Pluralsight author. Have been working with Pluralsight for about 10 years now, doing a whole variety of different courses and topics. Most recently, I've been focused on machine learning, Gen AI, obviously the hot topic these days, and some cloud technologies as well. Over the years, I've worked at companies like GitHub and GoDaddy and a Microsoft consulting company. So I've been very involved with upskilling and reskilling as things change in tech, as they always do. So I think our current change is maybe a little bit more significant than some that we've been through, but I think it also offers a lot of opportunities. So I'm very excited to be involved with this session. I'm joined by Angie Jones. Angie, if you want to say hi.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Angie. I'm the head of developer relations at TBD, which is a business unit at Block. And before then, I worked at Applitools, which is an AI-powered automation company. So I've been working with AI before it was like the cool, accessible trend that it is today. And so, yeah, would love to share some insights and thoughts and have a conversation about this, Amber.
Yeah, awesome. And this really is just going to be a chat. I do have some statistics that I wanted to share just to kind of set the stage for this. But yeah, then let's get into it. So Pluralsight recently published their AI skills report. If you all haven't seen that, check it out. There's some really interesting information in there. But there's a couple that stood out to me, particularly relevant to what we're talking about today. One was that nearly 3 in 4 IT practitioners worry that their skills and their daily things that they do are going to become obsolete because of AI. 69% of IT professionals think that they're at least somewhat at risk of being replaced by AI. So I think the fear, the worry, it's real, it's there, as we can see from these numbers. But then another statistic was that 96% of IT professionals say that skills are where it's at. Keeping up with these AI skills is really the best way to secure your future in this new competitive market. So, you're kind of seeing the worry, but I think at the same time there's a recognition that upskilling is probably the best way that you can really thrive in this new environment. So I think all of those are super relevant to what we're talking about today, and that'll kind of be our jumping off point. Angie, would love your take. You're out there talking to developers and technologists every day. What do you think about all of this? And, from a technical skills perspective, what skills do folks need to focus on today?
Yeah, I get these sorts of questions a lot that align with the research. So I'm not surprised about that one bit. People are pretty fearful. Some so much that they're not even embracing AI. And I think that that's probably a mistake. As AI stands today, it's pretty much a tool. And if you think of it in that regard, you'd approach it like engineers do with any other tool within their toolkit, right? So you understand what problems that it's really good at solving. You understand its limitations. You understand how can you optimize for best results and when and where to use such a tool. So we've been using it quite a bit on my teams as well. And we can get into that later or now or whenever, but I can share like some of the ways that we're using it and how it's been more effective for our output. For example, we're building like a brand new developer toolkit, right? It doesn't have AI in the toolkit, but we developed this initially in TypeScript. And we saw the need to then produce additional toolkits in other programming languages, but we didn't have like folks on the team who were skilled in all of these various languages, right? So, for example, the TypeScript is great for if you're going to use this toolkit to do web development or something like that. However, if you want to do something like mobile development, then you might want a Swift SDK. Or if you want to do Android development, you might want a Kotlin or Java SDK, right? But again, the team didn't have those skills. So what we were able to do was design, what the toolkit looks like, what it should do, and basically create a spec. Go ahead and implement it in one language. And then we utilize like AI coding tools to be able to translate those things into these other languages, right? And so it's not like here's my entire code base and convert it, but as you're looking at this feature by feature, you might say, okay, how do I now express this in another syntax, for example, right? And then, you would tweak it as you need, but it's been amazing for enabling us to put out various toolkits in various language in a really short amount of time.
That's a great example. Yeah, really understanding what the tools can be used for. And there's so many different tools. It feels like there's 100 new tools coming out every week. But yeah, how can you use each tool, to its strengths? I'm finding that every day, and it changes every day too. There's comparisons out there of like this model is better at coding and this is better at math and so on and so forth. So I think from a skills perspective, just get out there and get some hands on with the tools and see what they can do. Kind of find the ones that you prefer, find the ones that are better for certain use cases and that type of thing. But I agree. I've definitely kind of heard the fear, the uncertainty, the doubt, the FUD out there. And just to kind of give my own take on this.
Yeah, I would love to hear it.
You hear all of these examples of the industrial revolution and the printing press and the plow, like all of these things we've been through, which I think are all valid, and I get it, but I think some of those are also so far removed that maybe they're not helpful today so much. So I just think of my own career. My first office job, we were using fax machines and typewriters, dating myself a little bit here, but back then I couldn't have imagined the jobs of today, cloud computing and information security and AI and ML and big data. And it didn't even exist. There was no need for those kinds of jobs. And that wasn't that long ago. So as I think about, 5, 10, 20 years from now, there's so many jobs that we don't even think of, don't even need today, that I think will be out there. So I think if you see this as a tool, a change, there's change for sure. But I think in the future, there's going to be just a whole bunch of new types of jobs that we don't know about today. So I think if you kind of look at it like that, like there's opportunity, yes, it's going to be change, but I have to find the tools and use these like any other development tool, like you were saying. So yeah, love to hear that example. Let's see. And then I think also just from a skills perspective, one thing that I have taught and am learning a lot about is prompt engineering. I don't know if that's kind of a buzzword in your space, Angie, but it's all about the prompt engineering these days and, getting these models to give you better answers. Any tips or advice you would have there?
Yeah, I think that's spot on actually. Like it's much like Googling is how I think about it, right? So those who are good at Googling things, they get answers faster, right? And that sounds silly to say, but that that's true. Like the way that you request information has an impact on like the information that you get back. And this is the same for prompting AI to provide info, right? Knowing what to ask and how to ask it, I feel is definitely a critical skill no matter what area of tech you work in.
Yeah, and I think it just makes you so much more efficient. I can ask things today and get a pretty solid answer right away, whereas, a year ago I would have to kind of fumble. And the models are getting better too, right? So it feels like they're kind of helping with that as well. But I think that's huge, and that might be a skill over time that just like Googling. Like it's just something that you do. It's something that you know how to do.
Something.
You don't really think about it, but for now, I would say that's a skill to have in your toolkit as well. And then, making it customized for yourself. So at least in the open AI world, you can create a custom GPT and use custom instructions and an assistant and all of that. So that's really all about just feeding it context and instructions and letting it know about your background and your day-to-day job and all of this so that you get better answers. So I think that's a huge part of being successful and efficient in this new world as well. Any other tech skills that kind of pop out that folks should be focusing on?
I think specifically for people who are looking to learn more about AI, right? I think the key here is building. And you mentioned one that I hadn't thought of as necessarily practice, but you're right. And that's like those custom chat GPT things, because it helps you understand how this is working under the covers without getting into all of the like science and things behind it, right? But it helps you understand like how to build like a custom one with a custom knowledge set. And we've done that at my job as well for helping users with on our documentation site, for example. So training like, a custom AI model that learns on our data that we are already producing. We're already producing like the content, the documentation, the API reference guides. And so for a user, they can come in and not just ask questions that are directly can be answered by the information there, but they can also take it a bit further to say like, how might I build something, with like a specific thing with this API, right? And given all of the information that our custom GPT has, it can produce like some pretty good results that can help people within their context. And so I think if you're someone who wants to like get into this space, I always say that building is the way to essentially like create like that muscle so that you're able to really understand this what you're doing, but also making sure that it's not just theory, it's also practice, right? Another thing I really want to stress is for people to make sure that they're learning the foundational skills. And that kind of goes outside of the AI bubble, right? No matter what tools you use, I promise you that knowing the fundamentals is going to be your secret weapon, because then you can build up on that. You can learn pretty much anything else, including AI, right?
I would definitely agree on that from a machine learning perspective. Even if you don't plan to be a machine learning engineer, you're not interested in coding or anything like that, it just feels like words have crept into the collective vocabulary of training models and inference. I'll be watching like a CNBC clip or something like that, and there'll be analysts on there talking about these words. I'm like, I don't like everybody's a machine learning expert suddenly, but I think that's super important just to get like a 101 level understanding at least of like what's really happening here. What is a model? What does it mean to train a model? What is inference? What is fine tuning? Some of the custom things that you were talking about. Again, even if you don't plan to kind of go there super deep dive on tech, just understand what people are talking about. I think that will be super helpful and just gives you a good foundation for building other skills, like you said. So yeah, would agree 100%. Any advice for folks who are maybe just getting into tech? So just to give a bit of my story as well. Way back when, I'm feeling very old in this conversation, but I got into tech kind of a little before the .com bubble. So, late 90s, early 2000s. And the world was falling apart and there was layoffs and the jobs were going away. And there was just, a lot of fear again of like, did I make the wrong decision? Was this like, why am I getting into tech? There's no future here, right? And of course, things have kind of been cyclical, and there's ups and there's downs and all that, and tech came back in a big way. But I'm wondering for folks who are, maybe just coming out of school or just getting into the job market, they could be seeing a similar thing with AI of like, oh my gosh, AI is gonna, take all of our jobs, and what does this look like? So, any kind of specialized advice for those folks who are just getting started?
Yeah, I would say definitely don't run from AI, embrace it. You turn on the flags for your tools that you're using, right? We can basically employ AI assistants in our code editors now, right? Allowing us to ask questions when you're stuck, right? Or have it refactor code to be more efficient. It's integrated in things like GitHub to help you better understand the code that you're reading, and perform more effective code reviews. So, in my opinion, and I don't say this lightly, Amber, AI is a must have tool for your modern day developer. And so I think that you should definitely embrace it. But here's the catch. Um, as someone who is new to tech, AI can be a crutch. And this is why I stress that people learn the fundamentals, right? Don't just mindlessly copy and paste like AI generated code, for example. And as impressive as these tools are, they often make mistakes. I've had to correct these tools more times than I can count because it's given me some like over engineered approach to solving, something that should be much simpler. But I was only able to even recognize that it was over engineered because I actually understand software engineering, right? And so for those who are just coming in the field, I think that's a really important thing to emphasize, that you use it as an assistant, right? Let that be some people call it like your think of it like an intern, or a rubber ducky to bounce ideas off of. And I think that it's really good in that context. But don't use it as like the gospel truth where you aren't thinking for yourself anymore, nor do you understand the output that is presenting. And based on like the research that you shared, this is true um, for executives who believe that their AI initiatives are going to fail without staff who can effectively use these AI tools. So I think that's a really important differentiator. I think back to, and I'm going to date myself here, Amber. I think back to when I got my very first tech job. And back then, the Java programming language was relatively new. And so people weren't using it. Well, they were just starting to use it in like, your corporate America, if you will. And because I had learned that so well, I had even gotten, a certification on that. That made me more valuable as a junior person coming in who, I don't have a wealth of experience already. This is my first like big girl job or whatever. But that's something that gave me an advantage. And I see that now, like with this emerging AI tech, this is something that you can hone in on. And as everyone else who's kind of been in the fields, like Amber and I, we're like learning these new trends, you can bring a perspective like, oh, yeah, I've done it. I've built these things with it. And now you're adding value even as a junior employee.
Yeah, I think that's huge. I'm so glad you brought that up. And I think it also talks to the importance of always learning and being able to unlearn as well. I will admit, I am a creature of habit. I find my thing that I like to do, and I just I'm not going to change, change is hard. So yeah, I think for folks who have kind of lived with this and sort of grown up with this, or at least become comfortable with it now, you're in some ways actually ahead of folks who are maybe kind of
That's right.
resisting, or they're a little stuck in like what I did 20 years ago, that type of stuff. So always learning, always changing, and unlearning as well, I think is super important for any level of your career. So awesome points. And then I think there's also, would love your take on, we kind of talked about, new jobs that we can't even imagine today, probably. I think there's some that we can imagine around, AI safety and security and ethics and transparency. Like there's a whole field around that. Folks to do reinforcement learning and labeling data. So there's stuff that is kind of slowly happening. Machine learning engineers obviously are going to be huge, but any thoughts, takes on like new job opportunities or reskilling yourself for what maybe doesn't even exist right now?
Yeah, if you search the job boards, you'll see a lot of highly technical AI roles where advanced degrees and expert level AI experience is required, right? And you can really get intimidated by that and say, okay, that's not me. I'm not the person with like the PhD in machine learning or whatever, However, again, I'm going to point back to that Pluralsight AI report because it's really good. Only 12% of IT professionals have like this significant experience working with AI. So what I'm observing, Amber, in the field is that pretty much every tech company, and even some that I wouldn't necessarily consider a tech company, a traditional tech company, all of these companies are scrambling to figure out what their AI play is going to be, right? So they're experimenting with many different ideas to see what's going to stick. Now, what's interesting about this is creating opportunities for current employees who may already have deep domain knowledge. And now they can explore how AI may enhance their product offerings. And I just was talking to an employee at my company, and he had shifted to working on like some research around how AI might be able to improve what we're delivering and things like that. So I thought that was really interesting because he's like, a subject matter expert in what we do, which is not AI, but he wanted to like get into that space. And so this was a way for him to do that without needing to go to another company and try to compete with people who are like literally looking for PhD, graduates with deep experience in AI. But he was able to like take what he did know and explore something new and see if there's something there. And I'm seeing this across the board in a lot of different industries as these companies are beginning to explore like this new technology. They're using who they have. And so I'm sure like your company, whatever company you work for, would love to hear your ideas about how they might be able to employ AI. And this gives you that chance to work on something. So I'm not going to name like any specific like fields or roles because I think those that I've seen listed are very specialized. But I'll say like whatever you're already doing, just start thinking about how might I be able to incorporate AI into this. And, is there a way? You don't got to force it, but are there ideas that you have and you might be able to explore an opportunity to work on them?
Yeah, that's a great point. I do quite a few webinars for different companies through Pluralsight, and I totally agree. Every single one of them are scrambling, like what are we doing with AI? And our folks don't use this. They don't know the tools. We don't have a strategy. This is,
That's
even though
right.
it's kind of been out there for a little while now, it feels like companies are still figuring this out. So yeah, if they have great people who are super talented and enthusiastic and want to learn new things, yeah, go for it. You can kind of create a
Yeah.
role yourself. And I think that's actually a great segue into some of the soft skills that are important as well. So maybe you don't have the PhD in machine learning or some of these hard tech skills that we've talked about, but soft skills, I feel like, are even more important maybe than they ever have been in this new sort of world. So thoughts on that?
I would agree.
Yeah, what are you seeing? What do people need to focus on there?
Oh my gosh, Amber, is thinking and speaking for yourself a soft skill? Because if that is, I want to put that out there.
Advocating for yourself, yeah.
I sit on a panel that reviews conference talk proposals, right? And we just went through a batch of maybe about 500 something submissions. And it was so evident which of these abstracts were written by AI.
Oh my gosh, yes.
And there were quite a few of them, I must say. And this got boring really quickly, right? And I found myself beginning to crave for authentic human stories.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And so that's something I would say, like, again, with the whole like copy paste thing. I'm not saying don't use AI to assist you in these things, but please bring your human self to the equation, right? And to that point, I think human judgment is also a soft skill that might come in quite handy. So not just being able to analyze like the AI output for correctness, but also, like you mentioned earlier, for like ethical decision making and things like that, I think are really good skills that people could hone.
Yeah. It's funny.
What do you think?
My notes, I wrote almost the exact same thing that you just said, is that I'm craving authentic human writing and human contact. It's funny, when ChatGPT first came out, I was just so amazed that it could write a blog or it was just, I still am. I don't mean to be like all blasé that this is like nothing.
Right.
But these days I can tell almost immediately if something came from AI, whether it's writing or an image or something like that. And it just makes me want that authentic, like, human experience. So I think leaning into being a human is way more important than ever. And we're kind of on the heels of the pandemic too, right, where we didn't have a lot of human interaction, and so then we're coming into AI where we're kind of not having a lot of human interaction either. So I think kind of leaning into those things that humans are inherently good at. AI is good at rules-based, very defined, task-based stuff, whereas humans are better at complex problem solving and empathy and nuance and ambiguity. Like, maybe that'll change at some point, but I feel like there's things that we're just inherently better at and will probably be better at. So, focusing on complex problem solving, architecting, leadership, management, ethical decision making, negotiation, diplomacy, like all of these things. Even if that's not kind of your job, you might just think, oh, I just want to write code all day. There's still a lot of soft skills involved to be successful in that, around communication and teamwork and collaboration and so on. So I would say just be human. I think I thought maybe I was the only one feeling this way, a little bit of AI fatigue. But just be a human. I think that will get you far these days.
I think so. I think so. I think it's really refreshing. It's really refreshing. And that's funny, right? Because all our lives we've had human interaction, but like now you're talking to like robots all day long. And so
and you can,
when you talk to a human, you really want to talk to a human,
right. Yeah, and get together, go with some humans and have lunch, or go have a coffee, or go to a conference. Now that all that stuff is happening again in the world, I think making those contacts is super important. Networking. I actually had a chance to spend some time with friends and family earlier in the year who are not at all technical. ChatGPT never came up. AI never, like, if I had brought up these things, I would have just got blank stares. But it was actually refreshing just to kind of unplug. So we're having this conversation about, skilling up and being all AI, but I think kind of stepping back from that too, and realizing that the humans are pretty amazing, and this world is pretty amazing too. I think finding that balance is at least for me, for my mental health, is really helpful. So, and then I think also on you had mentioned hallucinations earlier. AI hallucinates. We all know that. It just makes stuff up. So I think if you can just build your expertise in something, and you can kind of become the go-to. So we're not going to trust AI for mission critical, whatever. But Jane or John or whomever over there is the expert. So I think if you can kind of establish yourself as the expert, or the person to go to for stuff, or you're easy to work with, kind of personal brand, easy to work with, get stuff done, all of that type of thing, is really good from a soft skills perspective as well.
Because there's such a shortage of technologists with AI skills, many of the larger companies and universities are starting to provide like free resources to upskill, right? Um, it's beneficial to them, the company, to build a workforce who's actually able to build with and utilize AI. So for anyone who's looking to like gain these skills, you can take advantage of these free courses and workshops. I was talking to one of my mentees last week, and he was enrolled in a local community college that was offering like these free courses on AI, which I thought was super cool. So there's like those avenues as well. And believe it or not, they even have some of these softer skill courses as well, like around some of the stuff that you mentioned, Amber, like the ethics and, policy and, just ethical judgment, all of these things, decision making, in the context of AI. So, if anyone is looking for like, how do I find these things? I'm sure there's lots in Pluralsight's catalog as well. So if you're subscribed here, that'll be a great place to look.
Yeah, love it. Yeah, and just other practical things that folks can do. I jotted down a few, and you had talked about it earlier. Be a builder. Just go out there and do stuff. Early days, I went and just built a full stack web application using ChatGPT and a new language that I didn't know.
Oh,
So I wanted to
wow.
learn Flask, and I wanted to build an application. Had never used it, so I thought I'm gonna see how ChatGPT does, just kind of being my own personal tutor. And
Yeah.
I mean, it took me a couple days, kind of off and on, but I had a fully working application. I learned a ton about Flask and kind of putting things together and all of that. And also, it made mistakes. I made mistakes, and so I actually think that's a really good skill to have, is being able to debug with the help of an AI assistant. So going back, kind of iterating, this failed. You paste in your error message or whatever. It'll give you some suggestions. So that to me is way more efficient than going all over Stack Overflow or Google or whatever. Just do it right there in the same tool. So I think just pick a language that you want to use, pick a project that you want to build, and just go out there and do it. I'm all for formal training obviously too, but I think just getting hands on with the tools is super helpful. Building a custom GPT, we touched on that earlier. Learning new languages and all of that. So I just a practical takeaway, I would say, just go pick a tool, any tool. There's so many now that you can learn a lot, or maybe pick a couple different ones and kind of see how they compare. Like, would you prefer images out of Midjourney or Dolly, or I think just doing and being a builder is huge as far as practical next steps.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you keep up to date on things, Angie, with stuff just changing so quickly?
I've decided that I'm going to stay aware, but I cannot consume it all. It's just like way too much right now. It's literally everywhere you look. I've been to San Francisco a couple of times over the past year. And as soon as you get off the plane, like there's advertisements and there's billboards in the airports, on the streets, everywhere for some sort of AI solution, right? And everyone is trying to figure out their angle. And this could be like really overwhelming, especially if you're not in the thick of it. You know what I mean? So my recommendation is to choose like one or two areas of AI to focus on, and not attempt to try to like keep up with any and everything that you see. Like it's great to be aware. I like to be aware. So like all the tools you were mentioning, yep, I've heard of those. I know what they do. Have I used them all? No, I have not, because I just don't have the hours in the day to explore like everything that everyone is doing. Some of this stuff is going to stick and some of it isn't, right? So I'm trying to be a little more careful with my time. Make sure that I'm aware. So I'll read, like tech articles and things like that. I know like a new product has come out, or a new offering. I know like kind of categories of things. So, all right, these folks are doing images, and what can you do with images? Oh, very interesting, and that's probably the extent of it, and I learn a little bit about, video or something like that. But then I pick one thing that I say, and then my one thing, it was like the custom GPT, right? So let me pick one thing where I want to go a little bit more hands-on and in depth and, really learn something about it. And it's possible I might switch after I feel comfortable with that and say, okay, now I'm ready to tackle like this other area of AI or whatever. But trying to do it all at once is overwhelming for me. What do you think?
I think that's very validating. I thought you were going to give me a list of 20 different things to go follow, but I think a better answer is the one that you gave of just don't try to do it all. It's changing so fast. Try to keep up with, your particular area of interest. I follow some folks on LinkedIn and, read blogs. And if there's an announcement from OpenAI, I feel like I'm enough in it. Watching YouTube videos and, creating training kind of forces me to keep up as well.
Go to a conference or two.
Yeah. But I think kind of acknowledging that like you can't do it all and still have a day job and family and all these other things that you have. I think that's an awesome answer. So thank you for that. I have some fun kind of rapid fire questions just to wrap things up, but is there anything else you want to touch on or sort of put a nice bow on this for folks in terms of skills, tech skills, soft skills, the future, all of this?
I'll just say like basically summarizing some of the key points that I mentioned. Stay up to date, embrace AI, but don't let it like consume you. Bring your human self to the equation. Don't mindlessly accept like, the output from these tools, but like, you stay in control and utilize it as an assistant. And that I think applies no matter like what area of tech you're working in, whether it's engineering or product or business, marketing, whatever that might be. I think that embracing AI will do you well, as long as you stay in the driver's seat.
Yeah, it's a co-pilot, not the pilot.
That's right.
That's a great summary. And just think of the opportunities that are out there, 5, 10, 20 years from now. What is the world going to look like? And hopefully you're kind of building the foundation now to be able to take advantage of that. So awesome. All right, you ready for some rapid fire questions here? Just kind of for fun. What's your favorite AI tool now that we just said you can't keep up with everything?
I would say ChatGPT for sure, right? It's like all purpose. 1 minute I'm using it to debug coding errors. The next minute we're like collaborating on some new cooking recipe. It helped me make like these amazing turkey egg rolls for Thanksgiving, Amber, and like a cute little cranberry dip inside. Like my BFF, really.
I tell it,
definitely.
This is what I have in my fridge. Figure out what I can make. I just did that last week. It was amazing.
That's right.
Yeah. Yep. ChatGPT, great all-purpose tool. What piece of technology doesn't get the recognition it deserves?
Oh, I'm going to go with the QR code. I think that is really underappreciated. It's super like simple, yet it's like a remarkable technology that does wonders for connecting like physical spaces with like digital spaces, we saw like I guess a greater appreciation for it during the pandemic. But yeah, like you can see like how valuable like a good old QR code.
Yeah, that's a great one. That's a great one to add to that list. If you could go back in time to witness any technology breakthrough, what would it be?
Oh, so I currently work on open web protocols, and it's absolutely fascinating to create like these standards by which future software projects will be developed. And I often wonder what it was like, when some of the early protocols were developed that shaped the web, like HTTP, for example, right? This defined like how we connect across the internet, and this was released back in the late 80s, and yet it's still used today. So that's one, like if I could go back and kind of witness like the thought process there, because I find myself in a similar boat where I want to make sure like the protocols we're working on are as valuable and long lived as
Yes,
some of
very
those.
enduring. Yeah, love it. Great answer. What significant tech advancement do you predict in the next decade?
So okay, I might be a little bit biased here, but I'm gonna say digital identity. So as like advanced as technology is these days, it's funny that we're still walking around with like a bunch of physical items to
Yeah.
identify ourselves, like our passport, our driver's license, and don't get me started with the DMV where I gotta like bring physical mail.
Utility bills, yes.
Utility bills and stuff. So I'm working on like digital identity and credentials that we can use to power things like mobile driver's license and digital wallets that can hold things like your educational or your employment credentials, your travel credentials, something where you can even like enter a country just with like your phone or whatever.
That would
So
be amazing.
that's what I'm hoping.
Yeah, make it happen. Make it happen, Angie. Okay, if you were stuck on a deserted island, could only have one tech item with you, what would it be?
Can I bring my laptop? If I have my laptop, I think I'm good actually. And
Okay.
we can make it like a solar powered laptop or something. So I get a little
Solar
bit more
powered
juice.
Wi-Fi and solar powered laptop.
Yeah, something like that.
You would need Wi-Fi probably. We could make that happen.
Yeah.
You write the questions. All right, and then lastly, what was your biggest mistake or learning opportunity in your tech journey?
I would say allowing shyness to get in the way of innovation and collaboration. I used to be like really, really scared to speak up or like share
I don't get that from
ideas
you
and
today
stuff
at
like
all.
But once I got over that, like, I felt like that was kind of stifling my career. But once I got over that, sky was the limit.
Yeah, nice. Great advice. I was the same way, incidentally. Super shy. I still am super introverted, but yeah, you gotta speak up. Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think we are at about at time. Thanks for that. You're a great sport with those. Loved your answers. Yeah. Anything else? Closing thoughts?
No, this was great. Thank you so much for sharing your perspectives and insights, Amber. Looking forward to what else we'll see with AI and, what sticks and what doesn't.
Yeah, it's a super exciting time. A little, lots of change happening, a little fear out there, but I think we'll get through this together. There's lots of opportunities on the other side. So thank you everybody for watching. I hope you enjoy the rest of your Tech Skills Day. Yeah, go conquer. Thanks everyone.
All right. Well, welcome back to Tech Skills Day, where we're going to be talking about getting your hands dirty with AI sandboxes with Haley Schuler. Haley, welcome.
Thanks for having me, Drew.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. I mean, obviously a pretty hot topic these days, everything about, AI and interestingly enough, that's like, there's a good reason for that, right? I mean, for a little while now, a lot of companies and individuals are being asked to do more, right, with a lot less. And that's resulting in a lot of technologists that have to take on a lot more work, right? Due to hiring freezes, budget cuts, or whatever, right? And so, hey, is AI the answer? Well, I mean, there's a lot of people that tend to think so, and there's a lot of promise in that. And it was interesting. There was a stat out the other day that was talking about from Gartner that it was only like 2023. They said, oh, you're going to have about 10% of software engineers using, AI for coding and things like that. Well, right now that projection has gone up to 75% by 2028. So what's your take on that? How are you feeling in that skeptic, on that skeptic range, Haley?
Oh, I am excited about it. I feel like everyone is jumping into Gen AI. I mean, I've even had conversations with people not even in the technology world trying to learn how to utilize it. So I think we're just going to see that usage going up more and more.
Yeah, and I think it's I would agree. There's a lot of people right now that are just trying to figure out like, what do we mean by Gen AI? And in terms of cloud computing, I'd always talk about getting literate, right? Kind of starting off and learning the lingo. And there is a lot of lingo with AI, Haley. Would you agree with that? Yep.
Oh, totally. I remember jumping in and seeing words like language learning models and tokens and prompting and just being like, what is this new world?
Yeah. It is. It's important to sort of get your baseline from the language or the literacy, right? But I think it's even more important, right, that once you have the language to go out and use it or become a little bit fluent in that, right? So what does that mean with AI, right? Because there's a lot of different flavors of AI and Gen AI. When you go from a literacy to a fluency, what does that mean to you?
Yeah, totally. For me, that means kind of taking what you've been learning and consuming and actually going and applying that in a more hands-on type manner, which is leading into this AI sandboxes solution that we've built.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about this just released on A Cloud Guru, going to be coming over to Pluralsight here any day now. And, learning by doing has been something that we're very passionate about. And really, a lot of it is because, hands-on skills development, I think it has like a 75% retention rate versus your sort of more, traditional methods. And we've seen it obviously result in also performance on the jobs, which is pretty impactful as well. So, well, all right. Without any further ado, let's go build, right? Like what?
Totally.
Let's talk about let's get these sandboxes, and as you're bringing that up, when I say things like, "Hey, it's a sandbox" or it's a live environment, you also hear playgrounds. Like, can you just what does that mean? Like when folks are new to this, what do we mean by sandboxes and playgrounds and live environments?
Totally. That is a great question, Drew, and a good segue. So, sandboxes are basically real live practice environments where you're given access to different technologies to practice and play around with. So, for example, instead of having to create your own account on something like AWS and worry about figuring out these new services and maintaining costs and controlling things, you actually can spin up an AWS sandbox in Pluralsight and get instant access to a cloud account where you can practice to your heart's desire, all while we are maintaining the cost and feature control of your experience. So it's a great, safe way for you to practice and play around before you're hopping into a real production environment.
I love it. It sounds like when I was trying to teach my kids, how to drive, it was one thing to read the manual from a literacy perspective, but
right.
Before they get out on the road, right into these production environments, what's that middle ground, and going to a parking lot, maybe with some cones around where, they're behind the wheel, but you're sort of minimizing the blast radius. It sounds like a little bit that this sandbox is probably the equivalent from that perspective, right?
Totally.
All right, well, let's get going here. I'm interested to see, we got a few different sandboxes. So if you want to go ahead and run us through these.
Yeah, absolutely, Drew. So like you said, we have 3 different sandbox experiences because we know there are so many people new to AI and Gen AI, and we wanted to make sure we curated experiences for every type of learner, whether you're new to the experience or you've been in the AI world for a while and you want something a little bit more advanced. So the first sandbox that we have here, Drew, is the prompt sandbox. And I think this is what most learners are going to be super excited about using. It's something that any type of learner, even if you have no technical experience, all the way up to our more advanced AI learners like software engineers and data scientists, they're going to be able to utilize this experience. So I'm going to go ahead and open this sandbox up. And as you can see here, we have this prompt and send prompt. So I want you to kind of think about ChatGPT. I think most of us are kind of like familiar with ChatGPT and how you can send in a question or a prompt to this AI model, which is a language learning model, the LLM you see here, and then get a response back. So the prompt sandbox is a really elevated version of this experience to help empower our learners in practicing with different LLMs. So I'm going to come in here and type a prompt. What is the best front end programming language? This will be interesting. All right, so the first really neat thing about this experience is we're not only giving users experience to ChatGPT, for example, but learners can actually go through different LLMs like Jurassic, Claude, Llama, and we're continuing to add more as we gain support from them. And you might be wondering, Drew, like, why do we need to have these different LLMs? What is the use of this for learners? Well, if you aren't familiar with Gen AI and LLMs, there are actually several different use cases depending on which LLM you are choosing. Some are better for more abstract problems, some are a lot better for coding. And so we knew we're getting lots of different types of learners in here, lots of learners that don't quite understand the different experience between each LLM. So you want them to be able to select between different LLMs, as you can see here, and play around with them and see which is the best for their
Yeah,
use.
that's really interesting because in the sort of in the cloud computing world, right? I think the equivalent is you have these things called virtual machines, and you have different types of virtual machines you can run based upon different things that you're doing. You're trying to do analytics, or you're trying to do streaming, and you're trying to figure out, how do I find the right machine to use? The LLM seem like the equivalent to that, right? You have to be able to figure out what's right for your particular workload.
Absolutely. That is so true, Drew. So we'll go ahead and send this prompt through. And as you can see here, we're getting this response back from ChatGPT right away. Now, we are exposing some metrics because we want this to be a true learning experience for our learners. That's what our platform is about. So we're exposing things like tokens, which correlate to the numbers of characters / words you're using and the cost. And we are also exposing the cost for the prompt and response. Now, this is not a cost that learners are consuming. This is Pluralsight consuming the cost, but we just want learners to start associating that there is a cost that comes along with prompting.
So is there a cost when you talk about it? So that almost a little bit of analysis to say, well, you might have really high performance in this particular model, but oh, by the way, the cost is going to be pretty high as well. Versus, you might just need this lower optimized model where it's going to have a much better cost position. So this is a good sort of sandbox to be able to learn those things.
Totally, Drew. And that goes great into my next point of this is we actually have the ability for a learner to send a prompt to 2 LLMs at the same time. So they can instantly see and compare the responses from each LLM so they can see, which one has a better quality response. They can also compare things like the token amounts used and the cost as well. So like you said, they might want an LLM that is more specific, or they might want that is a little bit more cost effective. So it really just depends on the user, and they have a great way to compare this live.
Yeah, it's like battle royale for against LLMs, right? So this is great.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And the last little piece of this for our more advanced learners is we're actually exposing the sandbox URL and API key. So for our software developers, maybe they want to start practicing around with how do I include prompting into my own applications. They can utilize these APIs to send requests to the LLMs and get responses back in their own applications, and start practicing with that. So again, this is something really great and really unique with having all of these different LLMs in one location instead of learners having to set up their own accounts, maybe worry about costs and things like that. It's all in this one place.
Yeah, that seems like a pretty big differentiator here. I mean, a sort of a one-stop shop versus having to provision, your different setups and access to go into, this particular provider for testing out this LLM and another one. This is just all in one place. That's certainly convenient.
Totally. Awesome. Well, I'm going to hop out of the prompt sandbox and head on over to our AI cloud sandboxes. So with the AI Cloud Sandbox, with this, a learner is going to be given access to a cloud account. So they're going to get AWS or GCP or Azure, whichever one they want. So I'm going to go ahead and choose AWS and start at my sandbox. And I'm going to get this sandbox that I can instantly log into with the credentials given to me. So with this access, a learner is going to be able to log into the console. They can access different services, like for instance, EC2 and S3, if you're familiar with cloud services. But additionally, alongside that, learners are going to be able to access AI cloud services. So in AWS, that's going to be Bedrock and SageMaker. In Azure, that's Azure AI Services. And Google, that's Vertex AI. So I know this is going to be really exciting for a lot of our, cloud engineers, software engineers. But even our less technical learners, you can hop right in here and utilize something like Bedrock. And I'm going to come in here. If you aren't familiar with Bedrock, it's an area where you can use different models and again, play around with prompting. I'll open one up here. You can play around with things like the parameters, temperature, and top P. So again, a little bit more advanced of a prompting experience. But learners can come here and play around. They can see how to integrate this within their own cloud architecture. And again, in this secure environment where they're not having to worry about racking up costs.
This is so cool. So many companies right now seem to be trying to figure out, how are we going to be leveraging services like Amazon Bedrock from AWS to build AI solutions to deliver to customers. And I think this is a great way to help with that experimentation, which is such a fundamental part of the cloud. I was just listening to a talk the other day. Custom Ink is using Amazon Bedrock for generating a lot of the images as people come in to try to figure out their t-shirts. And so, they're building different agents on this using this particular thing. So many different use cases, but this is a great way to come in and experiment without having to, incur a bunch of costs as part of that, right? It's pretty neat.
Totally. Awesome. So I'm going to go ahead and hop over to our third experience, Drew. And this one is going to be a really niche experience for our more advanced AI learners. So people like data scientists, machine learning engineers, and some software developers are going to be really excited about this. And what it is a one-click experience into a SageMaker Studio notebook. So a learner is going to be plopped right in here. They can play around with different models. They can do things like working with data sets, working with different programming languages, and all without the hassle of having to install this on your own laptop or computer and having to set things up, worry again about costs or configurations. It's all just easy access for you to jump in and start playing around.
That is pretty awesome. So it seems like the solutions here, it's almost like Goldilocks, right? And the three bears in terms of, you're starting off in the LLMs, a little bit more of the prompt engineering, looking at, what models are most optimized for you and getting comfortable with that. Then going into the actual services within the particular cloud providers, right, and saying, well, hey, how do I leverage those models and potentially integrate them with other cloud services to start building and putting together these pieces for customer value. And then there's the data analytics, the real underlying heavy duty, heavy lifting machine learning. And you mentioned, with AWS on SageMaker in particular. And all of that's available currently on A Cloud Guru and soon to be available any day now within Pluralsight. Is that right? Did I get that right?
Yes, totally, Drew. You summed it up perfectly.
Well, I love it. So, all right, we have a lot of folks that are, in different stages of their career. We're going to be doing a lot of talk coming up here about, really getting started with your cloud career journey in particular, and importance of certifications and hands-on experience is such a big part of that. Yeah. As folks want to get started with AI and get access to these labs, like, what's your recommended starting point? What's that call to action around? Okay, well, great, these exist. What do I do now?
Absolutely. Well, like I said, the prompt sandbox is a perfect place for anyone to start. Even if you're not familiar with it, it's really easy to use. You're just typing in a prompt and sending it. And even if that's intimidating to you, we also have a number of an amazing prompting courses and other Gen AI and AI courses on skills and on ACG that learners can jump in and start learning if they're wary about hopping into these experiences. But I have to say, prompt sandbox, anyone can use it.
Haley, thank you so very much for walking us through this. I'm really excited about this being integrated into the whole kit and caboodle on Pluralsight. Really excited about the Better Together story. And I'm really excited about some of the next upcoming sessions on Tech Skills Day. I appreciate you joining us today and sharing insights on the AI playgrounds. Thank you very much.
Totally. Thanks for having me, Drew.
All right. Keep being awesome, Haley.
You too.
Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining us. My name is Ashish Prajapati, and I work as a technical trainer for AWS. I deliver technical training, and apart from that, I created few resources to help learners in their cloud journey. Today, I have a great honor to talk to Prasad and Lucy about their cloud career journey. Why we are having this talk? From past few years, cloud computing has been one of the top tech skills, and there is a lot of gap into this particular field. In other words, organization need people who have cloud skills, but we are having a shortfall in that particular supply. That's why we are trying to uh, find share our experience so that practical tips can be given to you, and then you can get the most out of this journey. And if you're a first timer or advancing your cloud career journey, hopefully it should help you out. I'll ask Prasad and Lucy to introduce themselves. Let's start with you, Lucy, first.
Hey everyone, I'm Lucy. I run a YouTube channel called Tech with Lucy, which is all about helping people build their cloud skills and hopefully land a job in the cloud industry. So I've been doing this for about 3 years now. And before then, I actually worked at AWS as a solutions architect. And yeah, before then, I was an intern as well. Super excited to be here.
Happy to have you, Lucy. Over to Prasad.
Hello, everyone. I'm Prasad. I'm currently working as a principal solutions architect at AWS. I'm also the co-founder of the initiative BESA, Become a Solutions Architect. It's a free mentoring initiative where we help people excel in their cloud careers. And also the co-author of the book Cloud Career Journeys, which shares inspiring journeys of 60 individuals who have been able to transition from their roles to cloud careers or excel in their cloud career journey. Very excited to be here speaking with you, Lucy and Ashish.
Happy to have you, Prasad. So I'll quickly jump into the discussion in the interest of time. I want to know from you, Lucy, first that how did you get started with cloud computing and what led you to your current cloud career?
Yep. So my journey started off when I interned at AWS. Well, I studied information systems in university, and cloud came up as a career choice for me. And it was really exciting at the time because I think cloud was still a technology that was, in all of our minds, relatively new, but it was growing at such a rapid pace. And so, got the opportunity to intern at AWS. Got to meet different people in different teams, did a few certifications, and in the end decided to become a solutions architect to help customers move to the cloud and use that as an opportunity for my own learning as well, just to learn about how different companies are using all of these technologies and how it's actually making such a big impact in the world. And now what I'm doing is kind of trying to give back to that community. There were so many people who helped me along the way. I had so many mentors who were just so willing to, teach me about the cloud and everything like that. And so I know that not everyone in the world will have like the equal opportunity, and there are so many people who are looking to learn cloud. And what I do at the moment is making regular YouTube videos around once a week to help people learn about what the cloud is, how they can get started, the different certification pathways, and so on.
Nice. Good to hear that. How about you, Prasad? What was your cloud journey starting point?
Quite different to what Lucy's has been. Like I am from the era when cloud was not actually there. So, and I continued being in the on-prem. I started my career as a .NET developer and continued, becoming a lead architect as you grow in your career. It was in 2019 when there was a discussion with AWS, and I was quite surprised knowing that AWS would be having a role for someone coming from Microsoft workloads background. But the role was about migrating and modernizing Microsoft workloads on AWS. So that was quite interesting. I had the knowledge of the source. I had to gain knowledge on the destination, AWS. So that was a quite steep ramp up when I, joined AWS. So that was my start of, cloud. And the second part to it, as Lucy mentioned, is quite similar. A lot of people helped me during the journey after I joined AWS. First 3 to 6 months was a big ramp up for me. A lot of people helped me ramped up, and I got a lot of certifications. So I thought about giving it back to the community, and that's when I started mentoring, and where my mentoring journey starts. Initially, I used to do it in my own capacity. Then later on, a few of us volunteered, and we started the initiative BESA, Become a Solutions Architect program. It's a 12-week uh, focused batch in which we focus both on technical and behavioral skills to help people succeed in their cloud career. But still, they were confused about the path that they should be taking to navigate the cloud career. And that's where the idea about cloud career journeys came, the book. And yeah, Ashish, you and me co-authored the book Cloud Career Journeys.
It was interesting, Prasad. And if I talk about my starting background, I come little from dinosaur age when we used to have data center. I remember a lot of time being spent into data center and racking, stacking servers. I was mostly into virtualization field initially. So I was helping customers with private cloud. And then I was referred to Amazon for a role as a technical trainer. And then I started learning about AWS as a cloud technology. Before that, I was learning about private cloud, but not the public cloud. So that's how I started. And afterwards, it's the same journey, going through a lot of training material, internal, external, and ramping up on all the cloud skills. And now I'm reversing the role in a way that I host all these resources through my website called analogiescloud.com. And through that, I share whatever learnings I have done through videos, through posters, through infographics, or any books which I could author. That's about me. So yeah, interesting. So we all may have different points to start, but we are all progressing into the same direction. So that is good to hear. Now, if I'm starting again with another set of questions, that Lucy, what are the most important cloud skills to learn? And would you augment it with some soft skills also? Are they important for cloud-based role?
Yeah, I think depending on the role, there's definitely different sets of skills. But I think most importantly is first of all to get the foundations sorted for cloud. I think it could be very tempting for new cloud learners to suddenly see, oh, like AI, this machine learning service, and just quickly try to jump into that. And there are a lot of cool tools right now, like it's offered by different cloud providers that make it very easy to get started with AI. But I think definitely as a cloud beginner, my advice would be to really understand the basics. For example, building 3-tier web applications, understanding what serverless is, and the networking behind it as well. And I find that certifications are a great starting point, and then building your own technical projects. With that being said, though, I think my advice wouldn't be to not touch AI or like the new technologies at all. I think to learn it alongside it. And at the moment, we're at this very special point where we can use AI as a learning tool. So tools like ChatGPT, if you're stuck anywhere in your cloud learning journey, you can use it to help you, like maybe for example troubleshoot or help you set a learning plan. So I think that's definitely something to make use of and to leverage. And especially right now, since cloud skills are still in demand, if you can pair that foundational knowledge with something that you're interested in, for example security, AI, anything like that, that can also help cloud learners stand out, in my opinion.
Makes sense. Great advice there. How about you, Prasad? What do you think are the most important cloud skills, and are there any important skill in soft skills also important for cloud-based roles?
Yeah, and Lucy said it well actually. Cloud fundamentals is something that is really important. Before, jumping the gun, ensure that you have the fundamentals sorted, especially for people who are coming from non-technical background. Understand about the core services, compute, databases, networking, security. Once you know these, then it will be easier for you to advance. And then see, cloud is such a vast space that you have to pick a choose kind of specialty you would like to go. You might go into infrastructure management. In that case, you might think about IAC tools for automation. You might want to go into DevOps. Then you to choose accordingly. But gets your foundation right. It will also help you understand where your interests lie when you get your basics correct, and then accordingly you can choose your field to become dive deep. And then soft skills are also really important. It also depends upon the kind of role that you're pursuing. You can be thinking about cloud architect, cloud engineer, cloud developer, cloud security specialist. It, depending upon which way you go, the soft skills would matter and vary. But one thing that always helps is being customer focused. So, there's so many things that can be done in cloud, but understand what the requirements are for the customers and work backwards from there. Think about how you can add value. And that's where your problem solving and analytical skills comes into picture. That's where your communication and collaboration comes into picture. Your continuous learning comes into picture, because cloud is evolving so fast, and with this AI, world is changing so rapidly. So you need to be very adaptive. And yes, ensure that you are paying attention to the details of the requirements that customer has, and accordingly designing the solution. And finally, time management is something that all of us struggle with, right? So that's something that we need to master. How much time you would think about spending in learning new things versus executing the things that you have, and how you would uh, ensure that you are not burning yourself too fast too soon. It's a long term game. So if you're going to go all in year one, which is great, you will learn a lot, but ensure that you're not losing the momentum as you go forward.
Makes sense. Yeah. So I would agree and resonate to the same thought. Like fundamentals are important. You can't build a tall building without having a solid foundation. And same applies to your career, your knowledge, your skills. Obviously, technical skills are important. And what may differentiate you also would be your soft skills. And depending on your role, you may need to levy on or leverage on specific skills. Now, what I feel like what sometimes customers, some learners do, they focus more purely on technical skills. Hey, I want to master this technology, right? Good thing. But try to understand that why that technology already exists, or why somebody would have created it into first place. What was the business problem they were trying to solve? Once you start mapping those things, like why a technology is solving a business problem or how a business problem can be solved, you will start making the connection, and you would be more effective in whatever roles you are doing, whether it is troubleshooting, whether you are doing design, whether you are doing implementation. Once you know why, then how becomes very easy. Great. All right. Now, a lot of people start their journey with certification. So let me start with talking about certification first. First question comes, are these certifications valuable? So I would go with that. Are the certification valuable? And if Lucy, if you have to recommend that what somebody who is new to the cloud they should start with, so that they can get started and then move forward in their journey.
So this is something I sort of touched upon earlier in that I recommended certifications for cloud learners, but it is a question that I guess it's very commonly asked, especially for cloud learners, because sometimes there are some advice out there that certifications are useless, or like certifications are really important. You must get one. So it's like how like what's the right answer there? And I guess from my perspective, certifications do two things. Like they first provide you with a clear, structured roadmap for you to learn everything you need to learn to build a good cloud foundation. But also it helps you with like extra credibility. Perhaps sometimes when you're applying to companies, when they see that you have a certification, it could be a bonus for the resume, especially if you haven't had previous cloud experience. But I guess the limitation of that, from what I've seen, is that if people rely too much on certifications, then they're focusing too much on the theory, which means that they might not have actually had experience with building things and actually implementing or like seeing these services in the console at all. And certifications, when people get it, it's like it doesn't really demonstrate their those skills, like the technical skills. So I would recommend pairing those certifications with different hands-on projects. So when you complete a certification, actually alongside that, or maybe after, uh, build that 3 to web application or piece together different services to build something to showcase on your portfolio. So that's my view on certifications. In terms of like complete cloud beginners, I would recommend, especially if you're from a non-technical background, starting off with the cloud practitioner certification from the AWS side, and Google Cloud and Azure, they have their equivalent as well of the foundational certifications. And if you have a bit more technical experience and you want to challenge yourself a bit, then I would recommend the Solutions Architect Associate certification and their equivalents with a different cloud. So something more associate level. And I think it's a great introduction to the different services available. And a lot of online courses as well, they integrate the hands-on component. So definitely it's not just about answering a multiple choice question list. So yeah, that's my view.
Makes sense. Yeah, good advice there that foundational certifications are good starting point. What about you, Prasad? What's your view on certification, their value, and how to get started in that domain?
It's not about getting certifications, it's about how you get the certifications. That is more important. There are multiple ways to get a certification, right? You can simply there are a lot of questions that are available online if you google, and there is an easy way to do it or a shortcut way to do it. That might not help much, but if you're getting the certification in the right manner by actually learning and understanding the concepts and doing the hands-on labs, it is going to be very valuable. And I'll give some examples. I know internet is divided on this, that whether certifications are valuable or not valuable, but I'll give you examples from actually the practical people, like 16 people whom we have covered in the Cloud Career Journeys book. uh, there are people like Daniel, Gyana, and Ifyani, who are coming from a completely non-technical background. Like Daniel was a Uber driver, and during the pandemic he started learning a tech and learning cloud. For those folks who are coming from a non-technical background completely, certification is a very great path. So they start with fundamentals like CompTIA A plus to get initially their tech foundations right. And then when they're thinking about specific cloud, like both of them thought about getting into AWS, so they start with either cloud practitioner certification or AWS solution architect associate certification. And while doing that, they do a lot of hands-on, and that's what helps them, right? And then there are other set of categories, like people who are from tech background, like for example Sami Cheng. He has been a database administrator for more than 10 years, so he knew the fundamentals of IT. He understands what a networking is, and so he does not need to work on the fundamentals, but still cloud is a new technology, you need to ramp up on that. And he used certifications to ramp up and move from a legacy world or on-prem world to the cloud world. And it motivated him to an extent that he thought about doing one certification every week, and he got 12 AWS certifications, and that has drastically helped him advance in his career, right? So it depends upon which career stage you are in. It certifications can always be helpful as long as you are doing it in the right manner. And in terms of which certification is recommended, it again depends upon what career stage you are in. I know there are few people who are getting a lot of hands-on in their current job role, and they might think about going for professional level certifications directly. But in most scenarios, like it has happened to me, AWS cloud practitioner or AWS solution associate certification should be a good starting point. And Google and Azure, they both have similar certifications in their domain also.
Makes sense. Completely makes sense. Now, moving for a little more on the practical advice side. So, Lucy, question to you is that what would be the biggest piece of advice you would give to someone who want to break into cloud? And how about someone who want to take their cloud career to the next level? So, what thing they should be doing? What is your advice for anyone who is starting or he want to excel into cloud career?
Yep. I think my biggest piece of advice would be to not do it alone. Um, I think looking at the different cloud learners I've talked to, like in the past, like especially with, or even these days with through my YouTube channel and through one-on-one career consultations, a lot of people at the start are very motivated and excited to learn about the cloud. But then, if I check back with them in a few months, they might have thought, oh, I'm actually working on something else now, or I've decided not to continue on the journey. And sometimes it's like they kind of lack the motivation to sort of continue. But I think the main, maybe like the deep rooted issue probably is going through that journey alone. I was very fortunate in that when I was in the journey of learning cloud, I was already interning at AWS. So I had a bunch of people around me who are doing certifications and learning at the same time. So I found that really, really helpful. But you don't have to be already in a cloud company, for example, to find that community. There are so many different programs, and there are a lot of people you can connect with online to go through that journey together. And it helps a lot with accountability, just having a friend who's also learning cloud alongside you. I think it makes a really, really big difference from my view. And like, for example, like just for some more practical advice, you can go onto meetup.com and then look at the different events out there. Different cloud companies also have like summits and conferences throughout the year, sometimes in your local area as well. So that's something I would recommend doing, like going there and then also trying to network and meet people who are at a similar journey and career stage as you potentially, with like similar goals. And also, I guess if you can try to find a mentor along the journey. It's not completely necessary, but it definitely helps as well, and that helps you try to figure out like what to learn and what not to learn, and how to just like optimize sort of your journey through that. So yeah, that's what I would recommend. Like my biggest piece of advice.
Nice. Good to hear that. How about you, Prasad? What would be your advice? I like that word, Lucy, optimize. That is very important for learning.
Yeah,
Optimize your
especially
learning.
when there are so many things to learn, right? You can get lost.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. Talking about for someone who wants to break into cloud, right? My biggest piece of advice, and this again comes, by talking to different people whom we have featured in the book, is build in public. And what I mean by that, build in public, is that when you're learning something and you're at the very start of your journey, you might be feeling that, this is something very basic and people would already be knowing it. There is no point in sharing about it in publicly. Do not think that, anything that you are learning, try and, you know, share it with others from the very beginning. And that helps in multiple things. First of all, the community is so supportive that if you are doing something right, they would be giving you a thumbs up and, rallying behind you. In case if you do something that can be done in a better manner, community would be able to point you out, and you would be having your community as your mentors automatically. When you will share some articles about, let's say you've done a very basic 3-tier web setup, let's say, and you have shared about the step-by-step process that you have done, people would be coming up with both, a positive response and a constructive feedback about this is what you can do better. And that really helps. It helps not only for you to gain understanding, but also it helps you in giving the visibility that would be required for breaking into the cloud. So you're learning cloud because you want to get that first job in cloud, right? And your potential employers are watching you when you do this. When you're learning in public, potential employers are watching you. When you're sharing the little nuggets of wisdom that you have gained while you're in that journey, they would see that, okay, you're actually doing the practical hands-on while doing it. Think about that versus think about in 3 months time you post on LinkedIn that I got this certification. No one will be able to appreciate the journey that you have gone through for those 3 months to learn that and get that certification. You're just showing the outcome, not the process. So show the process with the people. And giving an example again of both Daniel and Ifyani, they were sharing it while they were learning, and the CEOs of the companies reached out to them to offer a job while they were learning themselves. And that is the, like I would say, magic of network, right? When you start building network with credibility, it happens automatically that job opportunities come to you rather than you trying to apply for jobs. You still need to apply for jobs. It's still a very hard work. I'm not denying that, but it makes things easy when you start sharing it in public.
Makes sense. Yeah, if it comes to me and if somebody asks my advice, I would start with three things. First would be set a target. Without it, you would be lost because there are so many things, so many distractions. So set a target to get started. Second is setting a target is first part. Second part is being consistent. You can't say I would work 10 hours today to learn something and tomorrow or maybe next few days I'll not work at all. It doesn't happen like that. You need a very straight line of consistency graph to be successful in anything. And the third advice I would have would be there are no shortcuts. So if you think I can mug up some dumps or I can just go ahead and learn some question and pass the certification or I would be able to crack an interview, yes. But is it a long-term strategy? Obviously, the answer is no. So to summarize, set a target, be consistent in your effort, and there are no shortcuts. Just be aware about it. So this is what would be my things to talk about. Now, taking it to the next flip side of the coin, like are there any common mistakes you see people making on their cloud career? If there are no mistakes which are common, can do you think can be avoided? How about you, Lucy? Common mistakes and how to avoid them in your cloud journey?
Yeah, I think I was just having a think about this, and it would be the opposite of the advice that we were giving just then. So, for me, it would be like going on this journey alone. That would be a big mistake. Not being consistent, and like not documenting in public. But I'm just trying to think if there's any other mistakes that cloud learners make. Um, I think maybe what I'll do is just reinforce that it could be very tempting to try to take that easy route. And sometimes people might see like just doing certifications and showing that on your resume would be the more like easy route before just applying to jobs. But, as you mentioned, Ashish, there's no shortcuts. So I would just like to reinforce the importance of building the hands on skills and maybe not just building a project or two, but really thinking about what are the different ways you can really apply that knowledge and maybe extending that beyond the cloud. So, for example, building something that links maybe like cloud, like AWS cloud, for example, with another technology, and just like trying to stack your skills in different ways. And just, yeah, I think most importantly, just having the mindset that this is not going to be like university, for example, where there's like entrance exams and things like that. It's just all about being well rounded and being like having the mindset that you're going to be a future solutions architect or a future cloud engineer and thinking about what sort of skills you need to develop to really become that in the future.
Makes sense. Great advice. How about you, Prasad?
I would echo with a lot of things that Lucy has said, right? Obviously avoid shortcuts and stuff. But one thing that I would like to add is do not doubt your capabilities. What happens is that when specifically you're starting, thinking of career transition, and you are in working hard day in and day out for a month or 2 months and you do not see much progress, so that's where the second thing is, do not rush the learning process. It will take time for you to learn, so don't take shortcuts. But it's not easy. It's easier said than done. Within 2 months you have been able to learn this much, and you see there is so much more to learn. I'm way too far in in terms of achieving my goal. So do not start questioning yourself and don't give up too easily. It takes time, it's a long process, but it's rewarding. So common mistake I see is that it happens that people start it but they are not able to continue it. And and in case if there is a issue, or like you need more inspiration or motivation, there are so many stories who have been able to crack their first cloud role, but it has taken them 6 months to a year. So give yourself that much time when you're starting to think about career transition, right? And there are a lot of people, you can follow them easily on LinkedIn, who share their journey about how they have transitioned, and it has not been easy for them. Like even talking about Parna Mehta, she was on a career break for 12 years. So was Julie Elkins. She was on a career break for 12 years. Now, thinking about coming back into tech and then learning cloud and getting the roles, it's not easy. But they have been able to do it successfully, and both of them work at AWS now. So think about a time when they were starting and they were doubting themselves to now a year down the line, both are working with AWS. Same with Daniel, who has transitioned his career from a pro athletic to cloud. So follow these people in case at any point you feel that your motivation levels are going down, but don't give up.
Makes sense. And if I have to just summarize in two sentences, like first thing is don't be impatient. It takes time. It's not like a sprint. It is a marathon. And then don't wait too long. Like you may have putting off that I would start certification from next month and again next month. So don't wait for too long. Go ahead, start your journey. Whatever your starting point is, there is always some progress to be made. So go ahead. Don't be impatient and don't wait too long. Now, just at the end part of this is I want to ask about one thing. What is one thing people can start doing today to deepen their cloud skills or knowledge?
It's the answer is pretty simple. Do as much hands-on possible. And but I would say that with a caution, do not boil the ocean. Don't try to do hands-on each and everything. It's good, but once you get your fundamentals right, try and choose a specialization, right? It's easier if you have a hands-on job, because then depending upon what the customer requirements is, you're going to do in that way. But in case if you do not have an opportunity, then think about in which area you would like to build your specialization, and accordingly you will be able to do that. And in case if you need help there, try and reach out to mentors. Like me and Ashish both run a free mentoring initiative, BESA, Become a Solutions Architect. We do live sessions every Saturday, and then we provide resources to people. Or Lucy, her YouTube channel is amazing. If you're starting your career journey, there are a lot of videos which is going to help you in understanding, or reach out to her for mentoring. Or there are a lot of people in community whom you can reach out to get that level of understanding, that where you should be starting and in which area you should be thinking about specializing based on your interest and where you'd like to be in the future, and then accordingly start diving deep into that particular area.
Makes sense. How about you, Lucy? What would be that advice we can start today, kind of?
I was just reflecting on that and I thought about my own journey. And I think what really helped was just immersing myself in the world of cloud in like whatever way that might make sense for you. For me, it was watching a lot of AWS videos on the YouTube channel, like watching what is the cloud, what is AWS, hearing customer stories and so on, and watching videos about people passing their certifications and what their study path was. Also, just reading a lot of LinkedIn posts, attending summits. And yeah, so I think that would be my advice. Just try to immerse yourself in cloud any way possible.
Great, thank you so much. Yeah, I would resonate the same, exactly same. Like there are so many avenues. You want to learn through a newsletter subscription, go for it. If you want to learn through attending an event, go for it. But don't stop. There are so many ways, and everyone learns differently. So find what works best for you. Start networking, and you will learn those ways. Thank you so much. I would like to wrap up now that okay, there is obviously a lot of skill gap into the cloud field, and people can leverage different methods to start to bridge that gap. And there are a lot of opportunities for people to bring up. And if you're not coming from technical background, or if you are coming from technical background, there would be challenges, but it is not impossible type of task. I always get people's question that I'm not having any technical, I come from accounting, I come from finance, can I succeed? Obviously you can. There are multiple ways to succeed, and you can find more details onto YouTube channels run by Lucy, or the books I authored, Prasad and I, or in our BESA program. So feel free to leverage these resources, find someone who is willing to help you out, and quickly move forward from that. And check the preview of Cloud Career Journey books also. Lucy's story is also there. So if you want to know how she started, how her recipe worked out for cloud, read that book. You can subscribe, and you can get started by downloading a preview, and that would give you idea of what entails into that. And we give this book as a giveaway into our BESA session, Become a Solutions Architect. So join that, and you may be one of the lucky winner to win the book in a giveaway every Saturday. Thank you so much. It was nice to talk to you, Lucy and Prasad, and hope this conversation would help a lot of people to get started or excel. And thank you so much for your time, and thank you, Pluralsight, for hosting us for Tech Skills Days. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for joining. My name is Faye Ellis and I'm delighted to be joined today by the awesome Forrest Brazil. Forrest, thank you so much for joining us. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Of course. Thanks, Faye. It's wonderful to be here. Wonderful to be back here, really. I spent a number of years working for a Cloud Guru and then just very briefly for Pluralsight after Pluralsight acquired them. I'm kind of a long-time cloud and DevOps guy. I worked at Google Cloud for a while, helping folks around the world understand how to use cloud technologies. And as of the last couple of months, I've actually left there to spend more time doing some of the things I'm really passionate about, which include helping folks take their first steps into a cloud career. And I think that's what we're going to talk about some today.
So we are here to talk today about the Cloud Resume Challenge and how people can use it to help kickstart their career. So Forrest, could you explain to us what is this Cloud Resume Challenge?
Yeah, so you can check it out for yourself at cloudresumechallenge.dev. I created this early on in the pandemic, actually. I was working from home. A lot of tech people were working from home, but a lot of my friends that weren't in tech were not. And they were starting to think about, is there an opportunity for me to upskill here, to change careers? But I don't have a 4-year traditional college degree in computer science, right? What does it look like for me as a non-traditional tech person to actually have a career in this industry? And so the Cloud Resume Challenge it's not a traditional like tutorial type project that gives you a bunch of things to read and commands to copy and paste. It's more of a spec. It's a list of things you have to accomplish, a list of objectives. And essentially it's asking you to put your personal resume in the cloud, to create a personal website for yourself. But there's very specific things that you have to do. You have to actually write code in a couple of different programming languages. You've got to learn how to create a static website and deploy that to the cloud. You've got to work a little bit with CI/CD, with source control. There's networking and security aspects to it. If you can actually complete all 16 steps of the Cloud Resume Challenge, and they're quite difficult if you're brand new to this space, you will have done something not only that a lot of people new to the industry haven't done, but a lot of people who are 3, 4, 5 years into their career, they haven't done that either. In fact, every day we have established professionals working on the Cloud Resume Challenge because they say, I've actually never strung all those skills together in one project. This would be super helpful for me to do as well. So it's legit. It works. There have been thousands and thousands of people that have gone through it now over the last 4 years. And it's really exciting to me to have that opportunity to continue to help the community upskill.
Amazing. So it's a challenge where you don't get that step-by-step tutorial, watching somebody else complete those steps. And instead, it's like you're learning like an engineer, really, aren't you?
That's right. Learning like an engineer is what I like to say, because if you're in the industry professionally, the challenges you're going to be given day in and day out, I mean, they're brand new, right? There is no tutorial for how to solve those. That's why you've been hired to solve them, right? So you have to figure out how to learn by, opening up a bunch of Google tabs, or maybe now it's a bunch of ChatGPT tabs, right? And you've got to be comfortable going and talking to that colleague at your desk and figuring out how to get help from them in 5 minutes, knowing when you're stuck, when you need someone else to unblock you, right? Learning how to power through frustration. And then learning how to kind of be baptized by fire, right? It's only when you actually do the hard work of learning yourself that the answers that you learn really stick with you. When you go into a job interview and they ask you to explain DNS to them, what are you going to remember better? The thing you crammed for 10 minutes to take some test, or the thing that you spent 5 days fighting against, and then you actually saw it working? Those are the things that are burned into your brain. The Cloud Resume Challenge is designed to help create experiences like that for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're also learning how to troubleshoot at the same time. And
Yes.
I think troubleshooting is a real skill. And once you get your head around it, how do I actually unpick this and figure out what's going wrong? Those are skills you can apply to lots of different situations within tech. So can you give us some examples of some successes that people have had completing the challenge or completing past challenges that you've organized?
Oh gosh, I mean, there's so many. I would say the plurality of folks who take the Cloud Resume Challenge are folks who are coming out of it kind of an older form of IT, or they want to upskill and get some cloud skills on top of maybe they've been like a Windows admin for a while, or they worked on a help desk or a NOC or something like that. But we also have a ton of folks who are career changers, who are coming into the Cloud Resume Challenge from absolutely zero tech background. And I'm always kind of in awe of those people because they're performing a pretty remarkable intellectual feat to jump in on this. And we have folks who've done this, who've been and, I don't know, loggers, and truck drivers, and, stay-at-home moms who are returning to the workforce, all kinds of things. One of my favorite stories, I worked early on in the life of the challenge with a fellow named Daniel, who was a residential and commercial plumber in Atlanta. And, what he learned as he had decided to dive into the challenge is that a lot of the skills that he'd picked up as a plumber really transferred well to the world of cloud, right? Instead of, sewer pipelines, he was working with CI/CD pipelines, but it goes beyond the semantic. I mean, what we realized is that Daniel had these really rock solid real world ops skills, right? He understood business continuity. He understood how to partner with someone else to troubleshoot a problem. And when you're in the plumbing world, you're constantly trying to I've got a problem like this entire building, there's some stinky gas escaping from it. And I've got to figure out, where in all this maze of pipes this gas is escaping. And I've got to address that problem without taking the whole business offline, right? These are the kind of things that plumbers deal with day in and day out. And that transfers really, really well to an ops kind of a role. We've seen that over and over again. Really, the challenge is less trying to, get these folks to succeed at the challenge because they bring tremendous skills and motivation and aptitude to it. It's more about just convincing hiring managers, to take a chance on them. That's the hard part. I mean, the people are great.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, well, that's really encouraging for all of us. Now, you've got a brand new challenge that we can all try. Could you tell us a
Yes.
little bit about that?
That's right. So the Cloud Resume Challenge community has grown a lot. There's a Discord server that you're welcome to join. You can access that at cloudresumechallenge.dev. But we've also had the Cloud Resume Challenge itself is open source. There's a large open source repository of other challenges that have been created in that same kind of learn like an engineer spirit. And a lot of those are featured on the Cloud Resume Challenge website as well. The most recent one we've been working through it throughout the month of March, and it'll continue on. We're doing a Kubernetes specific challenge that's really focused on just, if you feel like you kind of missed the boat on Kubernetes, you've been hearing about it for a few years and you just want to you don't want to go and do, a whole bunch of, just kind of random tutorials on it. You want to sit down and build something start to finish, right? And just see it work. That's what this challenge is designed to do. It'll get you building your own Kubernetes cluster. You'll be working through some performance and optimization tasks with it. You'll be working through some things with persistent state. You'll be doing some automation. We've had a lot of folks jump to it and say, yeah, this is the thing I needed to make me feel like, okay, I get Kubernetes and know what it is. Again, it's free to try. You can check that out at cloudresumechallenge.dev right now.
Awesome. Oh, fantastic. I look forward to having a go at that. I love Kubernetes. So what would you say to somebody who is feeling maybe a little bit nervous about trying one of these challenges? Where can people get help if they get blocked or they've got an error they can't get through?
So first off, if you're feeling nervous about this, and that's totally normal, it's a big chunk to bite off. I would say just know there's really no way you can lose by trying this, right? Worst case scenario, you get into the Cloud Resume Challenge and you spend that time going down the rabbit holes and Googling the things, and then you realize that you're just not enjoying it and you don't like it. That's a totally valid outcome to take out of this, because these actually are the real problems that cloud engineers work on in their day-to-day work, right? And if you find that that's just not your cup of tea, that's great to know before you go and spend a bunch of money on a boot camp or something. But if you do find that you are enjoying powering through this, or at least you could stand it, then you've ended up building something that is actually somewhat impressive to folks out in the industry. The Cloud Resume Challenge is modular. There are several components to it. Even if you only get halfway through, you'll still have built something you could show off in a job interview or talk about with your peers. And, I would just say if you feel nervous about it, there's no way you can lose. Give it a try. Only good things are going to happen. If you are looking for more resources to get you going, I've mentioned the website a couple times. There's a Discord server there. We've got thousands of people in that server. Many have done the challenge in the past. Some are actively working on it right now. And I do think this is a project that's best done in community. Just like in a job, you're not going to be kind of in this ivory tower all by yourself. You'll probably be on a team. And some of those people will have different strengths and weaknesses than you do, right? So if you surround yourself with people like that now, you're building great skills of how to develop software in collaboration.
Yeah, absolutely. I love it. Yeah, if you want to learn how to swim, you just got to jump in the water. And
That's
I think
right.
it's kind of the same with tech skills, just doing a little bit each day and just jump in there and see how you get on. So we can't talk about technology without mentioning generative AI. So how can people use generative AI when they're working on their own portfolio projects?
They certainly can. And honestly, at this point, I would say should. I mean, that's the world we're living in now. I think that you're kind of head in the sand if you're not acknowledging that. I actually added, when I updated the Cloud Resume Challenge guidebooks, which you can buy if you want on the Cloud Resume Challenge website. You don't need them for the challenge, but a lot of folks find them helpful. I added to the book some specific guidelines on generative AI. And here's basically what I've come down to after working with this for a year or two. I think your best chance of success using generative AI on a project like this is not going to be using it as kind of your delegate to go and write the code for you, because you're not really going to learn a lot doing that. That's exactly the opposite of the learn like an engineer mentality. And again, in a real job where you have a brand new problem, maybe AI is not going to be able to do that, right? What I would suggest you do is think of generative AI as a teacher, an infinitely patient, always on teacher that's right next to you. And so I would suggest prompting, ChatGPT or Google Gemini or whatever your AI of choice is. When you, for example, let's say you have a stack trace. A lot of people really struggle when they're working on this project. They're writing code for the first time, and their Python program crashes and it spits out this what to them looks like an incomprehensible series of lines of text, and somewhere in there it explains the line of code that the problem occurred on. Sometimes hard for folks to wade through that. Turns out AI is really good at helping you wade through that. Throw that in there, let it explain to you what the problem is, so that then you can go and fix it, right? If you've got just a conceptual struggle, right, where I have a lot of people come to me saying things like, hey, I really don't get what the deal is supposed to be with serverless. What does a function do? The Cloud Resume Challenge is built around these concepts. Ask ChatGPT and keep asking it questions, and let it explain things to you. Let it draw you a diagram if need be to explain things, right? Folks find this really helpful. I wouldn't shy away from that at all. I would just look at it as something that's helping you be a better version of yourself, rather than it's doing the learning and thinking instead of you. Make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I love it. Brilliant advice. Yeah, use it as your tutor, or sometimes I use it as a kind of a helpful research assistant
to
help me find information very quickly, that kind of thing. Deciphering error messages, brilliant use for AI. So everybody, make sure you check out cloudresumechallenge.dev and see all the details of all of the different Cloud Resume challenges that have been running, and specifically the Kubernetes one, which I'm definitely going to check out. We've got our Discord server, we've got the guidebooks that are available on the Cloud Resume Challenge website. And there's also loads of Pluralsight content which covers Kubernetes Essentials, Kubernetes Quick Start, Kubernetes Basics, Kubernetes for Azure, GKE, and also I think we've got EKS Basics as well. So we've got loads of content available around Kubernetes if you are interested. Well,
that's right.
Thank you so much, Forrest. Can I give you one more opportunity to say if you've got one last piece of advice for everybody?
My biggest advice is just do the thing. Just jump in. If you think too much about it, you'll psych yourself out of doing it. So just, a lot of folks have been through this challenge before. There's a ton of resources to help you. But if you have the motivation to dive in, I think only good things are going to happen. And we would love to see you do it.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're not alone. Good luck, everyone. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Forrest. Have a wonderful rest of the day, everyone.
Hi everyone, my name is Nick Rousseau. Welcome to the Pluralsight Tech Skills Day 2024. This is going to be an exciting session, lots of hands-on stuff, and probably making some mistakes along the way. So let's jump right in. This session is titled Practical Python Debugging with PDB. Now this is the Python debugger that's built into Python. You don't need any fancy IDE or software to use it. It's part of the language, and I think it's relatively easy to get started with. Again, here's my name again, Nick Rousseau. Got my social media handle that's common on most sites, as well as my personal site if you want to learn more about me and some of the work that I've done. I suspect most of you are here to learn a new technical skill rather than learn about me, so let's kind of briefly overview what we'll cover in the next 45 minutes. I'll first cover very briefly the business scenario we're going to be addressing. Now, this is kind of based on a true story. Then we'll talk through what is our implementation plan, what are the technical things we need to do, and I'll give you a little bit of background on specific technical information you need to be able to follow this talk. And then, of course, we'll spend the vast majority of the time, probably at least 35 minutes, on the presentation. By the way, put your questions in the chat as they come up. I'll be around live to answer them because at the end of the session, we're going to kind of abruptly stop and move to the next one. So as you have questions, ask them immediately, and I will address them. Weird Brain Coffee Company. Some of you who have been watching Pluralsight for a while are already familiar with this name. Let's imagine that we do, in fact, have a coffee company here, and they have 3 different business goals that they want to achieve this fiscal year, let's say. They want to grow the business to new and diverse customers, and that's a key phrase there. We want to improve the diversity of the customers that are coming in, and we want to better serve some groups that may not have been served well in the past. And specifically, we want to reduce delivery errors to visually impaired or VI customers. So people who are on a spectrum of visual blindness. People come in and they get their coffee cups. If they don't hear their name called, clearly they can't see the cup, so they won't know which one is theirs by looking. There might be some errors in that, and we want to reduce it and create a better experience for those people. We also want to establish personal relationships with them, and one of the easiest ways to do that is to use someone's name and to mark something with someone's name and to refer to someone by their name. So we're going to take these basic kind of concepts and try to roll them into a new product offering. So let's get started. We have our coffee selling person, our barista. He's behind the counter, he's making cups, and here's what a standard delivery might look like. It's your coffee cup, it's got the protective sleeve on it, and someone's name written on the top. So this is kind of our template for what the product is. But in comes the visually impaired customer who can't read the name because she can't see. So what can we do in this particular situation? Well, my idea, and again, I question whether this is workable from like a manufacturing and a logistics standpoint, but let's just go with it from a computer science standpoint, is to put Braille on the protective cover. So it's that little platform or that little cardboard ring that slides on the bottom of the cup. And we would raise or punch little dots in the cardboard, and when you swipe your finger across it from left to right, you're able to read the Braille. In order to implement this from a computer perspective, we need to stick our hands in a lot of different technologies to understand this. So first we need to understand Braille at a basic level. Now, I am not going to teach you Braille. I do not expect that any of you have ever seen this before. I don't expect that you know it, and I don't expect you to know it. I just wanted to demonstrate that the level of Braille that we are going to be working with in this course is going to be what's called grade 1, which is the 26 letters of the alphabet. You can see on the right-hand side, we have a special symbol for a capital sign and a number sign. The way you can think about the capital sign is almost like the shift key on a keyboard, where you push shift first and then a letter, and it makes it a capital letter. That's exactly how it works in Braille. We have to prepend that capital sign, that symbol, before the letter, and that makes a capital. We do the same for numbers, and again, I'm not showing the number values here, but those also exist. Some of those words at the bottom, like and, the, ing, and ed, those are part of a higher grade of Braille, so we're not going to be using those, but we will map the letters and some of the other basic punctuations. And there's a reference to where I got this chart. Now, in terms of programming, we're not too worried about what the symbols are because we're not going to be reading Braille. But in terms of programming, how do we represent these individual characters? And what I find is the most common and intuitive way is to use Unicode. So these are the individual code points for all possible combinations of the 6-dot Braille characters. Now, take a minute and look at this chart. You can see that the width of the chart is 16. We know that because it goes from 0 to F, so those are hexadecimal. And then we have 4 rows from 280x to 283x. Okay, so we're basically counting by 16s in the rows. So if you think about this, from 0, 0 to 0, from 0, 0 to 3F is going to be 64. It's going to be 16 in each row times 4. That makes sense. So 2 to the 6th power, that also makes sense because we have 6 individual dots, which can either be set or unset. So just think about it from a basic binary number system perspective, the fact that there are 64 values, 2 to the 6th power. And if you look at this chart, can you see the pattern in the dots? And I'll give you a hint. I'll give you 2 hints. Look in the top left corner and then look in the bottom right corner. And what do you see along that kind of diagonal process? And another way to think about this is look at each column. What do you notice that's similar about each column? Some of you have probably seen it. It's counting in binary. So for example, let's just pick column number 7. And we can see that in column 7, the 1, 2, and 3 cells are all, or the 1, 2, and 3 dots are all raised, but the 4, 5, and 6 are not. But then as we go down the cell, you can see that some of those dots on the right start to get turned on as we increase. But you can see that everything in the 7th column has those left 3 dots on. And that's something that you'll notice within the individual columns is that there's kind of a dot that represents a base value and then more dots get turned on. And that's generally true throughout this process. Now, knowing those patterns isn't too important. I just wanted to kind of prove to you that we are going to be doing this binary counting, and that's great because that's how computers think. So by doing a little bit of bitwise logic, we'll be able to say, given this individual code point of 2801, for example, we'll be able to test all 6 of those bits, see which ones are on, and based on the ones that are on, we can plot those points, and on that plot, we'll get kind of a visual representation of what dots are supposed to be on, and then later in the process, we can send that to our manufacturing machine to make a prototype. Okay, so that's the general idea. And we're going to be using Python PDB to step through this process at a low level. And I'll be teaching you probably 10 or 15 different PDB commands to do that. So next up, we're going to jump into the demonstration. And this is where we get to do the fun stuff. All right, everyone, here we are in the demo. So I'm sharing my terminal screen here. Again, there's no fancy software. It's just a terminal. And we'll be using Vim, basic text editor, to look at some of these files. But before we jump into the files, I want to help solidify your understanding of some of the Braille and Unicode stuff we talked about before, because for some of you, all you've seen is a picture of Braille and a Unicode chart, and that's the extent of your experience. And this session is not going to be very interesting if that's all you've seen. So let's invest a little bit of time to understand this a bit better. We're just going to go into the REPL here. So here we are at our interactive shell, and we can just type Python code as we want. And the first thing I want to do is just remind you think about the ASCII integer mappings for like the alphanumeric characters. So for example, some of you may know that decimal value of 65 corresponds with capital A. And if we convert that to hexadecimal, we would get 41. So 4 times 16 is 64, plus 1 is 65 in decimal. And in Unicode, which is pretty cool, is that those first 127 characters are retained, those ASCII values are retained in Unicode as well. So the way we can represent this in Python is with a Unicode string, which by the way, string literals in Python 3 are Unicode strings, unlike in Python 2, so we got that going for us. We can begin with a \u. Now what follows is going to be our code point value, which is our 4 hexadecimal digits here. So we can say 0041. Now the zeros are just blank because these ASCII characters don't use that second byte, but that first byte is going to be the decimal value of 65, or in hex it's 41. So if we hit enter there, we can see it's just a capital A. And of course, this is just using Unicode to represent that string rather than the literal character of A. Now I'm showing you that because we're going to use this same technique in the context of Braille. So if we go back to our Braille chart, and again, I don't expect you to memorize it, but I'll just kind of narrate. The very first top left value was 2800. That's with all the bits turned off. And this is going to give us a space. So in Braille, we have this idea of the space character, which is all bits turned off. But if you can imagine, there are actually 6 little dots in there. They're just not on. So let's turn on one of them. If we change any of these values here, maybe to a 1, You can see that little dot in the upper left corner of the Braille cell. This represents the letter A in Braille. Now, unfortunately, Braille doesn't just count. It's not 1 is A, 2 is B, 3 is C. That's not how it works. There's a different kind of pattern. And that's why we're going to look at a mapping of that in a little bit. But just to get an idea, this is a good way just to practice some of those values, to look at that chart and try them. What if we turn on a second bit? So for example, 1 and 2 is dot number 2. And when we combine them, 1 plus 2 is 3. This is turning on two different dots at the same time, namely dots 1 and 2. When I edit this video, I'll put a little chart somewhere on the screen that shows what those 6 dots are, so you don't have to memorize it. But again, it's 1, 2, 3 from top to bottom on the left, and then 4, 5, 6 from top to bottom on the right. What if we want to turn on yet another bit? What if turn on the third bit as well? So that would be adding 4 to this, because 2 to the second power, that would be the next bit in the sequence. So we should be able to do 7 here. And now you can see how we're kind of turning on bit 1, and then bit 1 and 2, and then bit 1, 2, and 3. We can kind of continue this process. If we want to turn on bit 4 would be 8, so 2 to the third power. 7 plus 8 is 15, which in hexadecimal is F, so 280F. See, now we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. You can see that with kind of this upside down L shape. Now, just to demonstrate the range here, if we want to turn on all the bits, we can do 3F. So again, this is 63 in decimal, and this is the maximum value. So we should see all 6 bits on here. And by the way, this is the word 4 in Braille, a shortcut for the word 4, which is very high grade. We don't need to know that, but just showing that these are all the different symbols. And of course, there are 64 combinations here. And I'm just showing you a handful so you can become a little more comfortable. Now, before we move on, also consider that every character will have an ordinal value. And this will give us that kind of integer representation of it. So for example, if we say the ordinal value of A, it gives us 65. So 0x41, the hexadecimal of 41, is the same as decimal 65, as we talked about before. Again, if you've worked with ASCII, this is not really a new thing for you. But what if we pass in some of these other values? We can say ordinal of, let's say, the maximum range, which is 283F. And I apologize for looking down here. I need to see my keyboard because this is very precise typing. We can also get the ordinal value of, let's say, 2800, which is the bottom of the range. And again, I'm just doing this as a 2-tuple so we can see both at the same time. And these are just the numeric values of basically 283F and 2800 represented as their ordinal values. Look at the difference between these two numbers. So we have 10,303 and 10,240, and the difference between them is 63. So that range from 10240, representing the space, to 10303, representing all 6 dots being on, is our range of the numeric values. So let's go an example here. I'll just say the letter N, and the letter N happens to be this. So if you look at that Unicode chart, you'll see that this is the value for the letter N. So if we assign this variable and then we just display the value of that variable, we can see these dots here. Now, if we look closely here, look at what dots are raised and which ones are not. So 1 is raised, 2 is not, 3 is raised, 4 is raised, 5 is raised, 6 is not. Okay, so pretty much everything except 2 and 6. So what we can do here is we can take the ordinal of that value and then subtract this base value. So this 10240 is the minimum value. And if we strip that away, we're going to get a number between 0 and 63. And guess what? If we have a number between 0 and 63, that means it's between 0 and 2 to the 6th power, and then 2 to the 6 minus 1 technically. And then we're able to test the individual bits within that integer. So we get a number of 29 here. Now I'm going to use an F string here just to print out if we say 29, we are going to print out the 6 positions of binary here. And what this should give us is the binary string representation of that number. So just like I said, if we read from right to left, first bit, so dot number 1 is set, dot number 2 is off, 3, 4, 5 are set, and 6 is off. So you can kind of see that everything we've been talking about fits together within this plan. Okay, so if you're not familiar with Braille and you just want to play around with Unicode and the code points and the binary a little bit, this is a good way to do that interactively without having to write any code. So I'm going to break out of that. We'll Control D. Let's list our files again. Now we're going to get into our code. I'm going to open up these 2 files. We're going to ignore the rest. We're going to focus on these 2. I'm going to open up the symbols.json mapping, and the plot.py script. So first, the symbols.json mapping, it's relatively straightforward. Now, I told you earlier that the Braille symbols don't actually follow a sequence here, at least not one that I could tell. So I can't just use a for loop and count to generate this. So I statically define this, and I show that A and B and C, these all map to the individual code points based on what the chart says. We jump down to the bottom, you can see I've also included a few other punctuations that are relevant. We'll close that file because we're probably not going to need it again. Just wanted to show you that this mapping does exist, and you can see all the different relevant code points are listed here. Now, this is the file that we're going to spend more time on. So we're going to print Braille symbols on Cartesian coordinate system, and I'll show you how that works a little bit. The main Python package we're using to actually do the plotting is matplotlib, which you can install using pip. Line 17, I declare a constant, which is that base Braille value that we can subtract. So when we have our Braille, our value, our Unicode code point, we can subtract that value from it to get a number between 0 and 63, so we can do our bitwise math on it. Jump down a little bit. This grid is going to allow us to plot the different points on the matplotlib to tell us where the points go. We can use this mapping, this dictionary, to input a Braille dot and get back a XY coordinate in the form of a two-tuple. Again, you're going to see how this fits together soon. Line 33, we're going to go through that very quickly. We just load in our JSON file, so we have it in this constant called symbols. Now in the main function, going through this briefly, you can see I have some commented out breakpoints here that we are going to activate as we play with PDB. We have a function called convert name. So main takes in a name like Nick or Joe or whatever, takes in the name. And then we are going to call a function called convert name. And what that does is it takes a string and it converts the name to Braille using our mapping. That's it. Now, when I first wrote this program, that was the extent of the work that I did because I didn't actually plot it using matplotlib. That comes later. But just converting the name to Braille, we use our dictionary, and you'll see that in just a minute. Then I use this for loop and say for each symbol in that Braille string. So we're going to kind of iterate over that string, symbol by symbol, character by character, and we're going to plot each one. Don't worry about the I and the I times 2. That'll make sense soon. Then on line 59, we do some cleanup for our graph. We give it a header, we give it a size, and a few other attributes that aren't terribly important right now. Plot symbol. This is how we plot the individual symbols. At the beginning, we do a little bit of error checking to make sure that we're tracking exactly one symbol. We do some more checking here to make sure that our parameters make sense. And again, I'm going through this extremely fast because we're going to go through it slowly with PDB. I just want you to have an overview of what the code is so it's not a complete surprise when we encounter it doing our debugging. Line 84, we do a little bit of colorized formatting, alternating characters between red and blue. Again, I'll explain that a little bit later. Line 87, this is our for loop that goes through bit by bit. So for each of the 6 bits in that character, we want to test whether they are raised or not. We do that on line 95. If it is, then we're going to reference the proper grid point and plot the point. Again, we're going to go through this in greater detail and examine the values of these different variables as we go. Convert name, this is relatively simple logic where we're going to say for every ASCII character in the person's name, first we test for uppercase. If it's uppercase, we prepend the Braille upper symbol. And then unconditionally after that, we will reference the symbols dictionary, looking for the lowercase value of the character, and then adding that to our Braille string. When that's done, we return the Braille string. Now at the very bottom, you can see that if we don't specify a command line argument, we use this default name of WB Coffee Co. You can see there's a mix of capital, lowercase letters, and spaces in this string. Or if we do specify command line arguments, we'll just strip off the first one and pass that into the main function. You can see that on line 126. Okay, so super quick overview of the code there, because I think it's more interesting to see this in action and to treat it like a troubleshooting exercise. So let's just run plot.py. And I'm going to move this window up to where you can see it. And you can see here, I'm going to scroll up a bit. My code will go and it will print out the Braille name, and you can see it in the top left corner of the terminal and on top of the graph in the picture, where it shows out WB Coffee Co. just in regular Braille as a Unicode string in Python printed to the console. That looks good. And then for every character, identify the bits that are raised. And you can see that symbol dot using format RO and BO, that's just red and blue coloring. And you can see that alternating blue color makes it a little bit easier to read. That way it's not just a big mass of black dots. And again, we're not going to focus too much on this, but this is just kind of the debug output, and we're going to see how this works soon. So if I close this window, script ends. You can see if I also put in something like Tech Skills Day, like TSD as a name, it'll do the same thing. Obviously, this is a shorter string, so there's not as much to do there, but you can see we get those 3 letters printed out in the right sequence, and this would be on our coffee cup holder. Okay, so that's the idea for what we're doing. So first, let's jump in plot.py, and I'm going to look for all the breakpoints, and I'm going to uncomment the 3 that I positioned. Now, I put them in certain places so that I could teach you certain skills. Knowing where to put a breakpoint is going to be based on the code you're trying to troubleshoot, but I've placed them in places that I think are going to be the most educational. So now if we run our code, when you use that word breakpoint, and you treat it like a function, what happens is that when that code is encountered, your program will get suspended at that particular line. So you see here in plot.py, line 49, in the main function, we are awaiting to run this line of code right here, Braille equals convert name. And that's what we're looking to run. So if you don't know what to do, if you're completely confused and you're lost and you don't know any commands, just type help. Now PDB gives you this kind of summary of all the available commands, and you'll notice that some commands are only 1 letter long. Those are just shortcuts for their corresponding commands. And you'll see me use a mix of long form and shortcuts in this talk, just so you can be comfortable with both. And the first command I want to teach you about is the command called list. So what does list do? Help list. We can learn about it. So I'm not going to read this whole thing to you, but if you look at the first couple sentences, it says list the source code for the current file. Without arguments, it lists 11 lines around the current line. So what that means is it'll print out the line that we're currently on, as well as 5 before and 5 after. So it kind of gives us a window into where we are right now. So if I type list, we can see that's what we see. We see line 49 is where we're at. You can see we got this little sandwich of breakpoints around it. Some code, and the nice thing is that this also shows comments. Now, even though comments and spaces aren't evaluated by PDB as, runtime actions, they are still present and we can see them, and reading those comments may help us understand what's going on. There's another command that you may have noticed there called long list. So let's see what long list does. Long list will list the whole source code for the current function or frame. Now, what's useful about this, I'll show you here, just with a demonstration, we do long list, it will show the entire main function. So rather than just saying, show me in this little window, it will show kind of the entire context or the entire scope of where you are. So we're inside the main function and we can see all the code available in it. And if you have a little bit of a bigger screen, this can be a useful approach as well. If I type help again, I can also just type H, by the way. So I just type H as a shortcut. You can see we have these aliases called L down here and LL. You can probably guess what those do. L is like list, and it can also take in a number. So for example, we want to say, show me the 10 lines of code around line 45. We can say L45, and we can see plus or minus 5 lines from that position. The arrow in the bottom left corner represents the code we're about to run. So our position hasn't changed yet. We're just kind of looking around the environment, seeing what the code is. We can also do a range like L from line 45 to line 65. This will give us a span of these 20 lines here. And we can kind of narrow or broaden the window as we want to using that technique with list. Again, the word list works the same as L. Of course, L is less typing, so that's what we'll use here. And likewise, LL is long list. We can type LL and get the same output from long list. So get comfortable using these commands just to know your location. That's a good way to get started. There's another command called where. You can also use W for this. This prints a stack trace. So it's as if an exception was raised from your program and it tells you your current location and it kind of wraps you back to where you got to your current location. So probably this is best seen by an example. So again, we can type, and by the way, you see this command here, it says where, it says W, parentheses here. It's basically saying you can type W or where and get the same result. So let's type W. We can see here, if we start at the bottom, and in Python, the most recent call is last. So in Python, the top of the stack is at the bottom of the screen. So here's where we are. We're at this Braille equals convert name line. Where is that? It's line 49 in the main function. How do we get to the main function? Oh, we got there on line 122 of plot.py. And here's the call that got us into main. The next thing I want to talk about is something called step. Now, this step here is similar to step into in other debuggers. So you can type S or step, It runs the current line, stopping at the first possible occasion. This is a fancy way of saying if you're running a function or something that has additional code behind it, it's going to step into it and allow you to fight through all the details of that function. So for example, if we suspect that our function here, so if we suspect that line 49 has an issue, we should probably step into it. So we can type S or step. Now, when we do that, you see this word call. We see the word call because we call the function. We are now at line 101 in the convert name function, and here's the function definition for it. We can type L and see our current location. Again, this is here on line 101. We are about to jump into this function here. And let's say we want to know what some of these parameters are. If we type help and P is a way of printing the value of an expression. So if you want to print something out, you can prefix it with the word P. We can say something like P name, and it will show us what that string is. Now, for most things, as long as it doesn't overlap with a PDB command, you can also just type name by itself, and that's typically common as well. So you'll see me using a mix of those two approaches in this course, but we can see that when we ran this script without any CLI arguments, it defaulted to WB Coffee Co., and that's perfectly fine. Okay, so we're in this convert name, and we're about to do this mapping to our different symbols, but let's say you forgot your symbols and you wanted to see what they were. Let's just use the standard Python globals function call and see what are the globally available functions. Now, globally available attributes. Now, this is not specific to PDB. Globals is just an accessible thing within Python that we can use. And PDB will interpret that correctly. And we can see this gives us our dictionary, mapping the attribute name to its value. And if we look a little deeper in here, you can see some of those globals that I declared, like the Braille Unicode offset here, the grid mapping, and the symbols. So let's say if we print out our symbols, because we want to zero in on them, like, okay, that's fine, and that is correct, and it does show us the dictionary mapping between the ASCII characters and their corresponding Braille cells, but it would be better if we could read this in a little bit cleaner way. Well, there's something called PP, which is pretty print. So we can use PP symbols, and we get this nice dictionary expansion here, which shows us the mappings, and it's a lot easier to read if you're trying to do troubleshooting, and if you have maybe a large dictionary or some structure that would benefit from pretty printing. So PP is for pretty print. Let's also look at another command called next. Again, you can use N for this, just like step can be S or step, and next can be next or N. Unlike step, this is step over. Okay, so next line in the current function. So if we were back in the main function and we use next, that next would step over convert name. It would run all the code within convert name and give you the return value from it. Most of the time, if you don't suspect that the underlying code has a problem, then you can use next. So let's type next from here. And you can see, I'll do L again in case you forgot where we were. We just stepped into the function here. So we do next. And now it says Braille equals this string literal. From this perspective, let's, before we go too much further, let's do another where. And you can see our stack trace is a little bit different now because it's a little bit bigger specifically. We're now at line 104 in the convert name script and our convert name function. This is the code we're about to run. How did we get there? We got there on line 49 of the main function when we called convert name. How did we get there? Line 22 when we called the main function. So you can see the stack trace is growing. We're adding to the stack because we're going deeper and deeper into these functions that haven't returned yet. Okay, so we have this Braille. Now notice that Braille has not been defined yet. So if I type Braille, it says name error, Braille's not defined. That makes sense because we haven't actually run this code. Now if I run that code and then I say Braille now it's been defined as the empty string. Then we encounter this for loop here. So we're about to go for each character in name. So we can see what name is. All right, so name is WB Coffee Co. So if I type N to go into the for loop, this new thing character is going to be defined as well. And what's the first character of WB Coffee Co? It's that capital W. Next, we have this code that wants to say if character is uppercase. Let's say you couldn't tell if this was an uppercase or a lowercase w. Rather than type this out, a technique I use is just copy paste the code. Just say, hey, is char.upper, is that true? Yes, it is. That means that this if statement should be true. So if I type next into it, now I'm inside the if statement, the conditional was true, and I'm going to append the symbols sub upper to Braille. What is symbols sub upper? I forgot. Well, let's just do like this. And it gives us that bottom right dot, which is kind of like that shift key that tells us we have an uppercase character coming. So let's just type N. After this, Braille should have that first character in it. Now what we're going to do is add in the actual character dot lower, which is going to be the lowercase w. So if we do a lookup on symbols char dot lower, that's the symbol for W. When we type N, Braille is now going to have that value. And now this is a capital W in Braille. So congratulations, we've written our first character. Now this process is going to repeat. Again, I'll do a quick LL just to show you the code again. We loop over each character, we test for uppercase. If it's uppercase, we prepend the uppercase marker, and then we reference the dictionary based on the lowercase value of the character and append that to the Braille string. And we just continue this process. And remember that we do have a Braille space character, so the spaces in our string are going to be automatically handled by this mapping. We don't need any special logic for spaces or punctuation because our mapping included all those values. I'm not going to go through this 20 more times. I think you get the idea. So what we can do instead is learn about a new command called continue. So continue has a couple aliases. It can be C, it can be cont, C-O-N-T, or it can be the word continue. This will continue execution, stopping when the next breakpoint is encountered, or of course if the program is over. So if I type continue, it takes us to our next breakpoint. And in case you don't know where that is, line 51 in the main function. PDB is very verbose about your location, so you know exactly where you are. We can do a quick L here to list our location. You can see that we just hit breakpoint on line 50, and now we're on this line here. And by the way, this is the walrus operator introduced in Python 3.8, which allows us to do a concurrent assignment and also return the value from that assignment. It's kind of useful in this context where I'm assigning a variable called header and also printing out the name in Braille at the same time. So we can type Braille here. We can see our full Braille string. We can type N to do that print. And that print code is actually coalesced with our PDB output. So this is standard output right here, printed from our code, shows us that conversion. And now the fun part starts where we go into the for loop to do the raising of the individual bits. So let's step into this for loop and let's just quickly print out I and symbol. So I is just a counter. Enumerate allows us to take an iterable and then count from 0 till n-1 every time in the loop, so we don't need to have an explicit counter. This is useful because by counting the characters, we're going to use this as an X offset. Because remember, if we're plotting points on a Cartesian coordinate system and we want to write the characters from left to right, which is how we read in English, we want to start at position 0 and then move our X as we write along that y-axis. That doesn't change. Okay, so that's why we have I. It gives us access to that X offset. And then we have our symbol, which is that uppercase marker. So that's how we begin here. Where are we? We are here in plot symbol. So do you think we should walk into plot symbol or should we just step over it? I think we should step into it because we want to see how it works. So let's type S for step. We'll step into it. Function call. Okay, that's an indication that you're stepping. We are in line 66 of plot.py module in the plot symbol function. We could do a where here just for fun. Again, I won't read every line of this as usual, but clearly we can see we are in the plot symbol function and we got there in the main function from here. That's where we just came from. Here we are in plot symbol. And if we step into the function, there's kind of an interesting thing we can do here that I didn't talk about earlier because I wanted to save it for a time when I think it'd be more interesting, but there's another thing called args. Args, or A, prints the argument list of the current function. That's pretty intuitive. So if we type args or A, you can see that it shows us symbol equals that Braille character, and the X offset is currently 0. So rather than having to do all that individually, you can type A and see, okay, on this iteration of the function call, what was passed in, especially if you're calling a function within a for loop, like we are, this can be really useful to see, okay, each time, how do the arguments change? Okay, so first we're going to test, is the length of the symbol not equal to 1? Because that would be an error. If we measure the length of symbol, it should be 1, and it is. Remember, we're trying to do this symbol by symbol, so this is just a verification to ensure that we're passing in individual symbols. Now look at line 76 and 77 here. We want to ensure that X offset is an integer and that it's greater than or equal to 0. So my logic here is the negative testing. So if it's not an integer or it's less than 0, we're going to raise an error that says X must be a positive integer. This is just additional error checking. And the reason I include it is because lines like this, if you're new to Python, it's a lot of words, it's kind of long, there's Boolean logic. What you can do is just break it down. Say, okay, let's test the first condition. It says, is instance x offset int? So x offset is an instance of integer, so when we do not, it ends up as false, which in this case is good. We want this conditional to evaluate defaults. But now we also need to test this and make sure that, okay, it is an integer, but is it also positive? And this answer says, yes, it's not less than 0, so it's 0 or greater, so that if statement should be false and we should get no error. Let's get past that. Now we're at this format. Now this is going to look really confusing. Now, if you read the comment, it'll make sense, but I don't want to read a whole paragraph to you. What I showed you earlier is that I like to alternate red and blue when I print Braille because I'm not very good at it. And sometimes I can't tell where one character starts and the other one begins just by looking. So it's a little more convenient for me just to do alternating colors as someone who can see colors because it makes it stand out. So when we do our X offset, we're going to be counting by twos. So 0, 2, 4, etc. That's because every Braille character is 2 dots wide. So as we're plotting on our graph, the bottom left corner is going to be at column 0, and then 2, and then 4, and we're going to count by twos because that's the size of each block that we're printing. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to say X offset modulus 4. So this is going to give us a remainder of either 0 or 2, if you think about it. If we count by twos, 0 modulus 4, 0. 2 modulus 4 is 2, 4 modulus 4 is 0, 6 modulus 4 is 2, etc. So we're going to get an alternate there. We're going to do floor division by 2, basically just dividing by 2 to give us an integer in response. And that integer is going to be 0 or 1. That's going to allow us to get either R or B from this RB string. That's going to be red or blue color. And then we add the O onto it, which is just showing us the kind of dot, giving us that nice fat circle that we want. So if that was confusing, let's break it down into parts. So we can type X offset modulus 4 and do that 2 on it. So you can see here that X offset is currently 0. So 0 modulus 4 is 0, and then divided by 2 is still 0. But if we have a number like 2, and then 4, and then 6, kind of like what I said verbally, every time in the loop this will alternate. And 0 is going to index the first element of this string, which is R, and 1 is going to get the second one, which is blue. So we're going to get red, blue, red, blue, red, blue for the whole length of our string. And if we can test that, just by going back to our initial thing, you can use up arrow here. And I'm going to say, let's say RB, and then index all that, and it gives us the R. And if we go in here and I change this to a 2, it should give us blue. That'll be the next time in the loop. Okay, so you can spend as much time as you need to make sure you completely understand the logic and do this kind of interactive experimentation with PDB. And that, to me, is one of the biggest benefits. So now that we know this format, we'll just kind of next our way through it. Now you can see here that this print statement is going to say print. This symbol is using format RO, so this should be red in our output. And that's the reason I print it out, is just so we can see what's going on. Now we're going to step into this for loop. This for loop is going to count from 0 to 6. So for I in range 6, so if we jump into this for loop and we say I is going to be 0 the first time around. 2 to the 0 power, anything to the 0 power is 1. So after we run this bit equals 2 to the I, we're going to end up with bit. Bit is going to be equal to 1. And now we have kind of the main part of our test here, where we are saying we want to test whether that specific symbol, which again is this Braille character, we take the ordinal value of that symbol and we subtract it, or we subtract the Braille offset from it, and we get this number of 32. Remember, it's from 0 to 63, so this is a valid result. And we are doing bitwise and against bit. We can see that this evaluates to 0, which means that the if statement is going to be false. That means that this particular symbol does not have the first bit raised. And that is right. It only has that last bit raised in the bottom right corner. So if we type N, the for loop starts again. This time I is 1. We type N. Bit is now going to be 2, because 2 to the 1, 2 to the first power is 2. Our ordinal, that ordinal minus the offset hasn't changed. That's still 32. But if we say 32 and bit, it's still 0, because 32 only raises that one, 2 to the 5th power. So it's that last bit is the only thing that gets raised. Okay, so rather than go through all 6 of these iterations, you'll notice that I put a breakpoint inside the if statement. So that breakpoint will trigger when it's finally true. Let's type C to continue into it. We can see now we are inside on line 97, inside that if statement. That means that our bit is a value that is correct here. So if we say 32 and bit, it's going to give us 32 because we have a non-zero value indicating that the bit is set. So now we need to plot this point. Again, let's take a look at our grid one more time. This is our mapping on the Cartesian coordinate system of where the individual Braille dots need to be. I is 5 because this is, range from 0 to 6, so this is the last value. I plus 1 is 6, so if we say grid sub 6, it's going to say at position 2, 1 is where I should draw this particular item. Now, if we type n there, you'll say dot is going to be equal to that 2 tuple. That's our current position. And under plt.plot, this is where it's going to be drawn. Now, keep in mind that our x offset needs to change, and that's why we have that when we call this function, we pass in different offsets so that when we write the characters, we don't just keep overwriting in the same location. So the x offset changes, but the y doesn't because we're writing along an x-axis, so y value doesn't change. That's why it just says dot sub 1 here, so that y value remains the same, but the x value gets offset by the x offset, which again, args, is currently 0. So we're writing at the beginning of the page, but we're going to make our way to the right. And then, of course, we have our format, which is RO. You should remember that. Okay, so I can type N here. That plots our point. And now we have this print statement, which is going to give us this output, which is convenient. So it raises bit 5, which is decimal 32, and uses this dot. Now that output is just something that helps me troubleshoot a bit. I'm just going to continue out of it. And you can see that now we're in another iteration of the loop. You can see it's this symbol now. Okay, so I think you get the idea here. We're not going to keep stepping through all these examples. This dot, there's a specific location for it. If we look at our args, you can see that our symbol had changed. This is the next character in the symbol in the list, or in the string, I should say. And then we also have our x offset of 2. And I'm just going to break out of this, and you can use Control D to do that. And there are other ways as well that I'll show you later, but we can break out here, and then our process is over. All right, with that complete, I want to take a couple detours and show you a couple other cool things about PDB. So first, let's do a git diff here, and you can see that the only differences that I made in this file was uncommenting those breakpoints. So I'm just going to do a quick git restore to re-comment those breakpoints so that they're out of our code now. Okay, so we have regular Python code, there's no breakpoints in it, and let's say we still want to use PDB with this file, but we don't necessarily want to change the code. Well, we can do that. We can actually run our code and say python-m PDB. So we call this PDB module and then plot.py. Now, when this starts we're going to be right at the top of the file here. Okay, so at the first executable line, which is this technically a multi-line string definition, but it's really our documentation. When we start here, what we can use is the break command. So if we say help break, without argument, list all breaks. Or if we specify a line number, we can set breaks in a certain file with a certain condition. So we're not going to get too complicated here, but I do want to demonstrate how we can add breakpoints dynamically rather than having to go into our code ahead of time and make edits, because you can't make those edits once the code is running. So this might give you a little more flexibility, although it does take a little bit of time to set up. So what we can do here is we can say break or B. We don't have any breakpoints set. If we type L of 50, let's list around our area of interest. And let's say that you're looking at this code and you're like, yeah, I want to add a breakpoint on line 48 where it used to be. So we can type break, plot.py colon 48. And that doesn't work. Because remember, PDB is only concerned about things that have runtime influence, so not blanks or comments. If you want to put a breakpoint, put it on the line of code that you want us to spend right before. So really, this should be a 49. Now, if we look at, it says here, our breakpoint 1 added at this location. If we type B, we can see that breakpoint 1 is on plot line 49. And if we do our L50 again, we can see line 49 has this B that indicates the presence of a breakpoint. So now if we were to continue down to it, we would stop there and we would be in the same situation we were half an hour ago when we started. Okay, we can also add another breakpoint. Let's do this the quick way. We don't need to specify the module because it'll assume we're in this particular file if we're doing it here. We can type B51, and we'll also have a breakpoint here on this print line. So we can type B51. We can do our list. We can see that second breakpoint. We can also type B or break by itself to see those different breakpoints at the same time. Now, if you're done with a breakpoint or you decided that you added it wrong and you don't necessarily want it, we can disable it. So help disable says disable the breakpoints, and you can specify a list of breakpoints to disable. Let's assume that we want to disable breakpoint 2. We can say disable number 2. If we type break, you'll see that it is in the display, but it is not enabled. So if we type L50, you can see that it's shown there, and it's something we could re-enable. So it indicates that this is a line of interest, but we're not actually going to activate that breakpoint. If you want to completely remove the breakpoint, maybe that's just a complete error, we can use clear for that. The clear command, again, can be abbreviated by CL, and you can specify the breakpoints you want to delete. So if we say clear 2, it says breakpoint 2 is deleted. If we type B, we can see there's only one breakpoint left. We type L50 for list. Now there's only that one breakpoint there. So if I type C down to continue, we're going to run all the code up until we get to line 49. Now if I type L, this is our current location. Remember that little pointer is our current spot. We hit the breakpoint, and now we're at this function. Now if we type name, what is our name? It's this WB Coffee Company. We already stepped into this, so maybe this time let's try typing next or N. We can type next, and you'll see this time runs the code without us having to go into it. And now we should have a value for Braille. And you can see how the process goes. And now we go back into our program like usual. Again, don't forget about long list. It's a good command as well. You can see all of our breakpoints within that function. And from here, we can continue to troubleshoot. Take another detour. If you are using PDB and you have an overload between a PDB command like next and the actual next function that you use to get the next element from an iterator or a generator, what do we do in that case? So let's do a quick test here. Let's define an iterator, and I'll call it, we'll count from 0 to 2, so 0, 1, and 2. Make this thing called an iterator. We can check the type of it. The type is a range iterator. That looks okay. But if I type next IT, watch what happens. So we're currently on line 55 here. If I type next IT, it moves us to line 56. It treats it like the next command. That's not what we wanted. We wanted to do next on the iterator. How can we get around this? Just prepend an exclamation mark. And that tells PDB, don't expand the PDB command, just run it like it would regular Python code. And if we do this, you can see our iterator works as usual. And the same is true for generators. And we'll just quickly do a generator just to prove it. So that being said, let's do a quick wrap up here. Help. This is your best friend. Never forget help. You can look at all the commands that are available and you can see what the individual commands do. Again, we talked about several of these commands. We talked about args, break, clear, continue, list, long list, next, P, PP for print and pretty print. Quit, we'll talk about that in about 2 seconds. Actually, we'll just do it now. You can just quit. Or Q is another graceful way to exit PDB instead of Control D. We also talked about step versus next. Remember, step is step into, next is step over. Those will be common things that you use. And also the where, which prints out the stack trace and gives you some idea about your current location. All right, everyone, that wraps up the session. So again, this was Practical Python Debugging with PDB. We had kind of a unique scenario today, which some of you may not find practical, but I hope the skills that you learned, the different PDB commands and the techniques for using it, are going to be immediately applicable in some of the Python programming that you do. Again, I'm Nick Russo. There's my social media handles and my personal site if you want to learn more about me. Thanks so much for coming to Pluralsight's Tech Skills Day in 2024. Hope you enjoy the rest of the sessions, and I hope to see you again in future Pluralsight training. Take care.
Hi everyone, and welcome to my session on the top tech trends, tools, and skills to focus on in 2024. My name is Faye Ellis. I'm a Principal Training Architect at Pluralsight, and I'll be talking you through our tech forecast and predictions for the year ahead. So what is this tech forecast? Well, we interviewed 3,000 executives, technologists, and experts to uncover the top tech trends, discover the secrets of success, and the skills needed to stay ahead in 2024. And spoiler alert, it is not all about generative AI. So in terms of the top tech trends, it's no surprise that we are all being asked to do more with less. So sustainability and cost optimization are top of mind for many organizations. Cloud security is going to remain a top challenge for 2024, with hands-on skills in Azure, GCP, and AWS security being as important as ever. And then the third trend is all about translating investments in AI into real customer value. We found that 20% of organizations have already formally deployed AI-related technologies and tools, and 55% plan to do very soon. But the concern is how to translate the hype of AI into real customer value. And for many organizations, this can be done by leveraging services that are already augmented with AI. For instance, by using coding companions like Copilot or Code Whisperer, or by using image recognition or video analysis services that already have AI included. Now, when it comes to tech skills, we learned that there are three main areas in demand right now. The first is data skills or data engineering skills. So the ability to clean, transform, and analyze data. To recognize when data is flawed. Maybe it's biased or data is missing or incomplete. As well as the ability to select a machine learning algorithm to train and evaluate models and visualize your data to really start unlocking the business value of your data. And in terms of specific technologies, we found that SQL and NoSQL database skills are still in very high demand, as well as big data analytics technologies, technologies like Apache Spark, Databricks, and Tableau, and machine learning libraries. For instance, libraries like TensorFlow and PyTorch. When it comes to programming, it's no surprise that Python came out top as one of the most in-demand programming skills for 2024. And I always think of Python as the programming language of the cloud. Of course, it's versatile and easy to use, and suitable for use cases like web development, automation, data science, and AI and machine learning. But it's not just all about Python, because object-oriented languages like Java, JavaScript, and C# are still going strong. So great news for all of us of a certain age who learned how to program many years ago, myself included. And then the third top tech skill is, of course, security, but cloud-specific security. With 70% of organizations running more than half of their infrastructure in the cloud, and usually using multiple cloud providers, a massive concern that we hear from our customers is how to secure everything, and cloud security is a persistent skills gap. So organization-wide security experience came out as a top skill for organizations to develop, as well as hands-on experience with the top 3 cloud providers. And it's really that practical experience in understanding how these systems work and the shared responsibility model in terms of our responsibilities as customers that is going to give engineers that real-world perspective on security. But let's not forget the soft skills in a world where many of us might be concerned about being replaced by an overly enthusiastic machine. Soft skills and human-centric skills have never been more relevant. And I'm talking about skills in complex problem solving, creativity, critical thinking, empathy and communication, leadership, stakeholder management, and negotiation. And really, the ability to be flexible and adaptable is going to be highly important for all of us as we move into the next phase of AI transformation. Now, if you happen to be a leader, or even if you're a mentor or a senior engineer, my challenge to you is to make it your mission to identify the future superstars within your organization. Think about who in your organization is your next data analysis expert, Python genius, or security specialist. And I think sometimes we can see that little spark of potential in our team members before they even know it themselves. So if you are a leader or a mentor or a senior engineer, help the people around you to create development objectives, participate in mentorship programs, and maybe even think about introducing protected learning time in your organization and incentivize your people to develop the expertise that you need within your organization. On to our secrets of success. So the secret sauce that we've identified that all successful companies have in common. First of all, a strategic plan focused on customer outcomes is key. So by defining business goals and the problems that you want to solve using technology, this becomes the North Star for your technical decisions. For instance, which cloud provider or service to use for a particular project. And in order to make those great technical decisions, organizations who want to stay on top also need a comprehensive plan for upskilling the organization. Successful companies are also focusing on cost control, so protecting their return on investment or ROI, going back to basics when it comes to architecting and designing cloud infrastructure in a responsible and cost-efficient way, using cloud cost optimization strategies, and each cloud provider, of course, has its own well-architected framework of best practices, including recommendations for cost optimization. And there's also the ultimate guide to doing more with less, which is FinOps. And my prediction is that many more organizations will be embracing FinOps this year and beyond. And when it comes to AI adoption, for many organizations, understanding the cost implication of the decisions that we make around training models and how much data we're going to use to train our model, using pre-trained models, customizing models, and even the type of model that we select is going to be very important for making sure that we get a good return on tech investments. A continued focus on security is also required, and many customers that I've spoken to are concerned that AI is going to accelerate existing security threats and introduce new risks that we just don't have today. With cloud security remaining a top challenge, it's also worth considering that AI and machine learning can also be used to help protect your environment as well. With machine learning becoming embedded in threat detection and intrusion detection services, now is really a time to lean in to leveraging AI and machine learning to help ramp up your cloud security. Which brings me nicely onto this concept of AI plus as a shortcut to experimenting with AI, but also as AI expands into new domains and becomes part of the technology and services that we use every day. So foundational tech skills become enhanced through effective applications of AI, and we see AI plus cloud, AI plus security, and AI plus data science. So it really begins to enhance the way that we work every day, and this idea of being ready to experiment with and embrace the addition of AI into services that we are already using. New ways to upskill that keep learners engaged will become very important for all of us, with personalized learning experiences surfacing the right content at the right time. Custom learning paths and bite-sized learning, because there's never enough time to learn everything, right? But also learning that's focused on learner needs, augmented by chatbots and AI assistants that can help answer simple questions in real time. But most importantly, seeking out learning that's time efficient and targeted, so it's based on the learner's existing skills and career goals. And these are all things that you'll be seeing more of from Pluralsight, as we ourselves are also experimenting with AI right now. So ultimately, companies that want to innovate with the latest technology need to develop the skills to use it properly. And that means gaining hands-on experience to build practical skills and gain real-world experience, as well as embracing tools that are augmented with AI, like coding companions and AI-driven security protection, etc. And very importantly, not forgetting to develop our critical thinking skills so that we're all in a position to properly analyse and evaluate the output of our systems for fairness, relevance, and accuracy. Well, that is all for me. That's my lightning speed roundup of the top tech trends, tools, and skills to know in 2024. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day, everybody, and thank you for participating.
Thanks for those great insights, Faye. I hope you've all had an insightful and empowering Tech Skills Day. So now we want to help you put these insights into practice. So following this event, you'll get a promo for access to our Tech Skills platform so you can continue your learning journey. So you'll have access to over 7,000 expert-led courses, covers everything from cybersecurity, cloud computing, generative AI, hands-on labs to experiment and refine your skills, certification preps to get test ready, and a lot more. And that is a lot. And it can be really hard to know where to start. So to get started, take a skills assessment to measure your current proficiency in the skill you'd like to build. So that's going to provide you with personalized recommendations and a clear path for your journey ahead. Once you've built up your skills with the help of our expert authors, you can always retake that skill assessment again to check your progress. So good luck and happy learning. We cannot wait to hear your success stories. As we draw Tech Skills Day 2024 to a close, I want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for learning, sharing, and growing with us. Of course, none of this would be possible without the hard work, dedication, and collaboration of our awesome Pluralsight staff, expert speakers, and all of you who made this tech community so great. If you couldn't make all the sessions, we got you covered. You'll have access to today's recording so you can go back and catch up on whatever you've missed and recap what you've learned. Thanks again for joining us for Tech Skills Day. Keep being awesome, gurus.